on the time. Lynn is here for our 2:15. We'll probably have her after Sherry Massey this morning, if that's all right with everybody, to save our time in the afternoon. With that, we'll start off. Welcome back. And I noticed nobody showed up at 9 o'clock like the other deal said, so we all got the message. That was fantastic. I did come up to check just to make sure. With that, I'd like to welcome Sherry Massey here from the 911 Coordinating Council to give us an update.
Is that better?
You might want to
Thought it
start
was
over
on.
and state
There
your
we go.
name for the people online.
There you go. I needed it for you anyway. But I have a presentation for you, so we'll get it popped up and we should be good to go.
Sherry, can we get you to restate your name and who you're with?
Absolutely. Sherry Massey, I'm the Executive Director of the Kansas 911 Coordinating Council.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So while we're waiting for the presentation to come up, I will introduce both myself, obviously, but also the council today. What I want to tell you about is what we do at the council. Also, how our transition to a state agency is going. That was brought to us with HB 2690 last year. And how the statewide transition to next generation 911 is going. That's part of our mandate, and I want to let you guys know how that is. And then I also want to talk about security at the Security Committee, both of the 911 infrastructure in the state and the security to other infrastructure that our system can assist with. So starting off, there we go. So what the council actually does in practice. I'm sure that the statute is available for anyone who wants to read it, but how that works out in practical matters is that we regulate the collection and distribution and use of 911 fees. We are responsible for seeing them collected from the phone companies, for distributing them back to the PSAPs, to the council's operations fund, and to a grant fund per the legislation. And then we are responsible for reviewing the use of every single penny of 911 fees in the state from every 911 center or PSAP, which is Public Safety Answering Point. In case you're not familiar, I'll use that term a lot. So we're responsible for the fees. We are also responsible to apply on behalf of the state for federal grants for 911 and to administrate grants from the grant fund and sub-grants from any federal grant down to PSAPs. We are also responsible for finding economies of scale in 911. The way to improve 911 is not just to put more money to it, but to make the money that is spent more efficient. And that is part of what we do, especially as it comes to next generation 911. And we will talk about that in some detail in a minute. So the other pieces of what we do, we provide training for the PSAPs on the technology and the hosted solution. And that training role is defined very clearly by statute. It solely covers the technology provided by the council. We also handle call delivery. We monitor 911 services, and what that means is that we monitor how telephone companies are sending calls to 911, the data that they are putting into the system to help route those calls, as well as how the calls are being delivered to the 911 centers, and really every step along the way. And there are more steps than you might think, especially as we get away from landline phones. So part of the council's technical mandate is to troubleshoot call routing and to identify the source of any kind of problems, whether that's within the system that I'll talk to you about in a little bit that the council manages, or whether it is a carrier's issue that we have to report to them and pursue with them. And then finally, we provide 911 expertise. So 911 is a very complex field operationally in the 911 center, and technically, getting those calls delivered and the technology it takes to look through it, and from a regulatory perspective, because 911 is the 911 fee structure, 911 authority, both at the local level and at the state level, and then even 911 at the national level can be a little tricky. So every member of our staff has actually been a PSAP administrator before, and we have all been involved over the course of our career directly or indirectly with 911 technology. So when a PSAP administrator or a county commissioner or a legislator like any of you needs to know something about 911, we do our best to provide the answer. And if we don't know the answer, then we use our industry contacts and research and get the proper answer. So I would encourage you, if you have any questions that you believe are 911 related now or in the future, please reach out. If I don't know, someone on our team will, or we will find out for you. So that's really what the council does. Those 6 things are kind of the focus of council activity. And now that I've gone over them, I want to address the change that's coming. So like I mentioned, HB 2690 passed in last year's session, and that spurred the council's transition from a quasi-government entity, which we have been since our formation in 2012, to a full state agency, which we will be next July 1st. That process isn't going to be complete for a little while, but I would like to give you guys an update on the progress so far. So in summary, as I put on the slide, preparation is going really well, but there's a lot of people to thank for that, because the business of the council has been handled for over a decade, completely independent of state accounting. The only interaction that we have from a fiscal perspective with state accounting is when prepaid wireless fees, which are collected at the retailer, are sent to us by the Department of Revenue. Other than that, our accounting practices have entirely been dependent on whatever contractor is serving as the local collection point administrator, or basically our accountants at the time. So what we have works, but it is not identical to state processes by any means. So there has been a lot to consider about how to move what we have right now into the state accounting system. And we really want to do this with as few stumbles as we possibly can, as you might imagine. But to kind of understand where the difficulties are there, the PSAPs in the state receive distributions of 911 fees from us every month. So we don't have a month off. When we transition from that money coming from our current LCPA, Mainstream Nonprofit Solutions, to that money coming from the state treasury, we will not have a month to get it wrong. Many of them are operating on those checks to pay bills month to month. So we need to make sure that we do all of our, sort of front load our prep, if you will, to kind of keep things going. So the preparation is going very well. We still have a lot more to do, but the Division of Budget, I just want to call them out because they've been so helpful to me. Division of Budget, the Office of Accounts and Reports, the Office of Personnel Services, and the Office of the Treasurer have all been incredibly helpful in just helping me understand what we are going to be moving into, and then helping me plan this initial process. And also want to kind of call out Mainstream, our current LCPA, who is also helping to understand what this process is going to look like. So what I can tell you is that it is going well and that there's a lot more to do, but it is not going well because of one effort, but because of a lot of people. So one of the questions that comes up to me is about the impact of the change to a state agency. And in truth, the administration of the council, which will become the state 911 board, the administration of the board and how it carries out its fiscal responsibilities, that's the real shift here. Everything else we do is pretty much the same. When I say how it carries out our fiscal responsibilities, I mean who's going to be distributing those fees, who's going to be collecting them, who pays our bills through what system. Are our staff members subcontractors of the LCPA, which is what everybody but me is now? Or are our staff members employees of the state, like I am now? And so that's the shift that's happening. And I did want to warn you while we are here that a bill may be coming this session with some proposed changes to what went into 2690. None of it is what I would call, at least none that I am aware of, is what I would call very substantive, but it's all about better fitting us into the accounting processes of the state and finding ways to treat the money that comes in just a little bit differently because of state budgeting and state accounting processes. So I'm working with Representative Hoffman, who was the primary author of 2690, on what might need to be in there. So you guys will probably see that coming through this year. At least I hope you will. And I'm going to start talking technical stuff here in a second. So does anybody have any questions about that transition or about the council, about anything that I've put forward so far?
Committee questions?
Okay,
Moving forward.
we will go. So before I tell you how we're doing with Next Gen 911, I thought I might want to explain what it is. Next Gen 911, everything Next Gen is Next Gen, right? Every technology out there is going to the Next Gen. You kind of wonder what's going to be after that. Is it going to be the Next Gen, or what are they going to call it then? But for Next Gen 911, what we're really talking about is using modern technology to improve 911 services all the way across the board, particularly to line them up with the way people communicate today. People do not communicate over copper wire landline phones very often, and that is what the 911 system and its entire plumbing was made to do. So to move to Next Gen 911 is to allow all of the communication forms that we have today to actually get to the 911 center. And to do that, you have to change all the plumbing. And so Next Gen is a huge effort that's not just happening in the 911 center, but all the way back to the carriers and even for the carriers themselves. So the idea is to allow people to send texts, images, videos, any kind of other digital information to a 911 center, to allow calls to be routed properly so that the nearest responder can actually get the call right away and respond. And as I said, it kind of covers that full path. And it is simply modernizing 911 technology. So the council's primary effort to get this done is called the hosted solution. At least that's what we call it. So the hosted solution is the telephone system. I'm going to oversimplify it with this statement, but it is the telephone system used from the council by most of the PSAPs in the state. So if you take a look at the map on the presentation there, it is used by everything in green. That is every PSAP in the state of Kansas that is not currently connected to the Mid-America Regional Council phone system. A few things I'd like to say about that. First of all, participation in the hosted solution was voluntary. When the council started this effort, the hosted solution was one of several technical options that was selected, and it was selected because of its cost effectiveness, which I will talk about. But we were not sure if anybody would even join it, frankly. There's some resistance in the state, as you guys well know, to going to the state, if you will, for help. And while the council was quasi-government and not a state entity at the time, we were still a little concerned that people would be resistant. But that didn't hold to be true. We certainly never expected the level of coverage that we have now. Because being voluntary, we just didn't expect everybody would volunteer that was free to do so. But the system is very effective, and I'm going to show you that it is cost effective. I feel it is important to kind of explain that so that you understand why the council is involved in this technical system at all. It's also more efficient for the participants because the phone system in the past, the phone system in the 911 center in the past, is something that had to be replaced every 5 to 7 years. And as a 911 administrator, you're not an expert in technology. You're an expert in using technology. That's very different from buying technology. And so you always had to take a vendor's word for it, or you had to hope that somebody else had expertise that you could borrow. So when I say that the hosted solution is more efficient for PSAPs, I don't just mean in cost. I also mean that we can take some expertise, some technical expertise, put it together at the council level and make sure all of the pieces are going to work together, and each PSAP administrator in the state doesn't have to figure out how to do that separately. So there's a big efficiency there. So I wanted to point out too, Nowata, Oklahoma. We put that on the map because the hosted solution does cover Nowata, but I always get questions about why. The PSAP in Coffeyville, Kansas, is in contract with Nowata County, Oklahoma, and they cover the 911 calls there. So because Coffeyville is in Kansas and Coffeyville is on the hosted solution, so too is Nowata. And there's actually very strict structures in place to make sure that Coffeyville can clarify which dollars they are spending for Kansas 911 purposes and which they're spending for Oklahoma, because you can't use Kansas 911 fees for Oklahoma stuff. So, but it does mean that the hosted solution does cover that area. So on the system right now, we have 105. What I have on the slide is statutory PSAPs. What that means is 105 PSAPs we send 911 fees to. Then there are 4 others that we do not, and that is the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation Tribal Police, the Kansas State University and University of Kansas Police Departments, and then AMR, which is a private EMS group here in Topeka. So that's the hosted solution. Now we're going to talk about what pieces make it up. So the hosted solution is really made up of 4 kind of buckets of technology. The first is call routing. This is how the call gets from the carrier whose customer dialed 911 all the way to the 911 center. The second piece is connectivity. The 911 centers cannot do next generation 911 with a copper connection. They have to have broadband, and it needs to be as resilient and redundant as possible. So on the hosted solution, there are 3 connections to every PSAP on the system. One is AT&T switched Ethernet, AT&T fiber, or some fiber in the area subcontracted by AT&T if they are not in the area. Then a separate local broadband provider has a secondary connection, and then they all have FirstNet LTE cellular connectivity to be used by the phone system in case the other 2 fail. So that happens at all but 2 PSAPs on our system. Our goal is to have it everywhere, but right now, Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation and Wilson County both only have 2 of those. And that's because for both of them, the second connection, the second land connection, if you will, is waiting for right-of-way clearance to get built. So So then you have the call handling. This is the software that actually enables the PSAP to answer the call, but also enables all of the next generation 911 information that comes along with the call to be displayed. And then finally, the mapping and data sources that bring in data from other places, data that does not come along with the call that is necessary to process it. So this is data that can be not just maps, but anything like medical alert information about the caller, crash severity details from telematics like OnStar, location information about the location of the call from things like which utility companies provide service in that area, which can be important with fires, to ownership, local alerts about flooded roads, local control burns, things like that. All of that information, it comes in that last layer. So the truth is, I've really abbreviated this because if your schedule and my voice both allowed it, I could talk about that last layer for a really long time. I came at this from GIS. That's how I got started in this program. I worked at 911, became a GIS person, and then came back to 911 to talk about GIS. We believe that there's so much opportunity for interoperability with various state agencies and federal agencies and other partners. We believe there's a ton of data out there that could be useful to PSAPs and responders that could come in through this system. But like I said, my voice probably won't allow me to go on and on about that today. So I'm going to pivot back to cost. And we're going to talk about that because I do think in this venue, I do think that's kind of an important thing to understand. So let's take a look at the economics of the hosted solution. So the hosted solution, all of those pieces I talked about run on a budget right now of $12.8 million per year. And on the left-hand chart, you see how it's divided up by components. Call routing is expensive. Connectivity, everything's expensive, but you see it. But let's talk about who pays. So to do that, I want to make sure you understand how 911 fees work. Every phone has a 90-cent 911 fee every month, and of that 90 cents, 66 goes to PSAPs. 23 goes to the council for the operations of the council, and 1 goes into a grant fund for PSAPs who need things outside of what their 66 cents will allow. So that's how 911 fees divide up. Every call-taking position on the hosted solution costs the PSAP $18,000 per year. That's what we bill them for participation. So if they have 1 seat, they pay 18. If they have 2 seats, they pay 36, all the way up. And so you kind of understand, we have around 45 PSAPs in the state that have 1 seat. So 1 person working at a time. And that goes all the way up to Sedgwick County, which has 34 seats. So that gives you kind of a range. Most of them in the lower end, but still that's where we're at. So added together, those $18,000 fees that I spoke about make up the 39% you see in that graph. The council covers the remaining 61% out of their operations money. So that's the 23 cents I spoke of. Like I said, about 45, very nearly half of the PSAPs on the hosted solution are 1-seaters. So I want to go into them in a little bit of detail. So we're going to take a look here at the economy of scale the hosted solution provides. So starting on the left again, the bare minimum that you have to answer these next generation 911 calls, bare minimum of technology, is an EZNet to route them. Means you're not ever going over copper, you're going IP the whole way. And call handling software capable of receiving a call like that. Okay, so the chart on the left is showing you the costs if those were the only 2 things that you did. So it doesn't include the broadband connections, and it doesn't include any of the mapping or supplemental data applications. Just for those two things at a one-position PSAP, the hosted solution costs the state of Kansas $20,000 per year, $18,000 of that coming from the PSAP and $2,000 of that coming from the council's operations fund. If they were not on the hosted solution and they used the same services and bid them out separately as standalone entities, it would cost $50,000, all from the PSAP. Now let's move over to the right. This is everything in the hosted solution, not just call handling and EZNet, but the broadband connections, 3 per PSAP, the mapping and supplemental data applications, everything. So for everything, the cost of the hosted solution at a one-position PSAP costs the citizens of Kansas $52,000 per year, of which the PSAP still pays $18,000, but the council pays $34,000. If they were to procure all of that themselves, the PSAPs would pay approximately $82,000 per year if they could even procure it at a one-position site. And to give you one more piece of reference, the minimum annual fee distributed per county is $70,000. Most PSAPs serve a whole county, so I'm not going to go into that in too much detail. But just to take a look at the numbers that we're talking about here, at $70,000, a standalone PSAP would be spending 3/4 of the money they received in 911 fees just for their phone. And to get the full package, they'd be dipping into local general funds, again, just for their phone system. This is where the council is. The PSAPs also have expenses related to their computer-aided dispatch software and, of course, their radio consoles to communicate with the responders. So this cost savings at the phone is a big deal. And I believe strongly, and I think most of us do, associated with the council, that this is why we are so successful in getting volunteers. And we know we are one of the, and think we might be the most effective NG 911 system in the nation from a cost perspective. So what is left to do for Next Gen 911? Right, so we've built this. There's still more to go. That's kind of how Next Gen is. So there are other components that could benefit from this economy of scale. We will be looking into them, and if they do show fiscal benefit, meaning that we at the council level can buy something at a much reduced cost over what individual PSAPs are having to pay for it, then we will gauge our PSAP's interest in getting it centrally. Because not everything is a central purchase, right? And they have some very, very unique local needs that a central purchase may not address. But we'll be looking at it. And some examples of these other components are loggers, call-taking protocols, and then CAD-to-CAD data sharing. Those are just some examples that we'll be looking into in the future to see if there are more savings to be had. Then the whole point of Next Gen 911 is to enable new types of 911 call interaction and call-related data. So we know there are going to be a few features added in the future for that as well. Real-time text. So instead of typing a text on your phone to 911 and hitting send, and then it goes to the 911 center, once you hit 911, every character goes. So if you can't finish the text, it doesn't matter. They can see whatever you were able to do. Real-time text, Z-access locations. That's knowing not just where you are in the world, but what floor you might be on in the building. Internet of Things integrations, more types of alarm systems, medical security systems, things like that, being able to communicate directly with 911, and a whole bunch of stuff we haven't even imagined yet. And finally, and this one is probably going to come to you guys before any of that other stuff, how calls are delivered to us, to our EZNet by carriers has got to modernize. Anytime you take IP or internet style data and you put it through a copper wire, you limit how much can go, right? So you absolutely cannot send the same amount of data through copper. It just doesn't work that way. And you certainly can't send it along with voice. Sometimes you can't even send them both at the same time, depending on the type of system. So the carriers have got to update how they connect to us as well, because if they are copper, then whatever is on their caller's end, can't come through that way. So how that comes up, the FCC has issued a rule. I put it on the slides for you guys, governing that effort to modernize the connectivity from the carriers to the EZNet. But this is complex and expensive. And they're rural Kansas carriers all over the country. But Kansas carriers as well are very worried about the cost impact to them and their customers. And I'm sure I will be testifying in some detail to you on this as time goes along, because I have no doubt that someone is going to come to the legislature to talk about how best to do this, because the FCC's decision was that it is not on the 911 centers to pay for it. It is on the carriers. So, like I said, I am certain that we will be talking about it again. So what I have covered here is what we do, what we still have left to do. And now I want to touch on some security things. Before I move on, I will ask one more time, any questions on any of that?
Any questions? Representative Smith.
I want to be careful not to dig down in the weeds too far here.
Certainly.
But, as I look at all of this data that we are currently set up for technology-wise, and then some of what still needs to be done, my mind goes to, I'm an undersheriff, I'm looking at what it's going to cost us to retain information, and, we're talking about logging, not just what we type in, but what is actually coming in, right? So we go to video, we go to audio. Used to be we're just keeping those phone calls. Now
Right.
there's going to be a great deal more. Is there a lot of discussion going on from the PSAPs about what that's going to entail?
Absolutely. And it bears on security, because right now, the 911 phone system is an island. It sits in the 911 center, and to an outsider, it looks like it's all connected, but it's not. The 911 system does not connect to any of the other systems that are in there, except by one old-fashioned serial connection that allows some basic information about a call to be dumped into other systems. We do that because we don't want a problem at one PSAP taking down the rest of the state. That's unreasonable. And yet, now we have this recording system, if you will, for data in the computer-aided dispatch system and records management systems that doesn't have a direct connection. So we've talked about it a lot, and we'll continue to talk about it more. I have no doubt. Looking for solutions that are both secure for the 911 system so there's no threat there, but also allows for those logging events to happen in some way other than just drinking from that fire hose of data. Because, I'm going to give you an example. If I'm sitting in a car and let's say I'm parked at a Sonic, and I see somebody driving by just crazy, and they're going to hurt somebody, but I don't have my phone with me, and I hit my OnStar button instead. I can get to 911 that way. It's one of the benefits of having something like that. But now, what came along with the 911 call, which is not about my car or me or even the place where I am, what came along with my 911 call is all the telematics data from my car. Nobody cares. Nobody needs to log that. It's irrelevant to what's going on, but it takes room, if that makes sense. So we don't want a computer to decide what's relevant, but we do have to store the relevant stuff or the stuff that we use to make decisions on. And so that's where this connection bears, so that people can choose what to record and where, rather than recording absolutely every piece of data that's thrown at them.
Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today. If you're going to cover this, please just tell me to shut up and I'll wait for the rest of the briefing. The kind of what we're watching on TV with Hurricane Helene and the hurricane that's getting ready to bear down on Florida brings to mind the situation where the local PSAPs are not able to, they may be part of the, they may be victims of the disaster, whether it's emergency management or consequence management. Does this hosted solution have any impact on how those things get routed when there's a statewide or a national response?
So if it originates in Kansas, yes. If the call originates in Kansas or is intended to be transferred to a Kansas PSAP, then absolutely. The system is one joined system. And literally, any PSAP on the system could technically back up any other PSAP. There are places where that's hard. Sedgwick County is the largest PSAP in the state. Who's going to take all their calls? Certainly not a 1, 2, or 3 position PSAP, right? That's not going to happen. But from a technical perspective, absolutely. Those calls can be moved. Now, we have a project the council has, is getting ready to take delivery on the emergency, I'm going to say this wrong, the Emergency Mobile Dispatch Training Center, which is basically a 5-position PSAP in a box truck. And part of the reason we are getting that is to be able to provide hands-on training outside of the 911 center for new hires. The other, or refresher training, but the other reason is potentially to be able to roll into an area that is devastated and not have to rely on local infrastructure to be able to back up their PSAP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So then my next question, because my county is in this MARC area that's not part of the hosted solution, does that create any additional challenges if we do this coordinated solution?
So we cannot back up MARC in that way, but calls can be rerouted. That's something that we can, at any point in time, have a discussion with the Mid-America Regional Council Technical Group about how to build a plan of action, if you will. And I know the MARC PSAPs have their own backup plans and everything. It's not like the two systems are unable to talk to each other. It is like they are very different, and it just needs some planning.
I'm just concerned if it's an emergency that Kansas primarily is going to respond to versus like Kansas City Metro type emergency, that we have something in place and we're not figuring it out when the emergency happens. So,
well, I can tell you if something is wrong and we need to bring the EMDTC into the MARC region, it should still work. We're just looking for connectivity at that point, and it should be able to connect back for the hosted solution PSAPs. But, I mean, we've always had a good relationship working with MARC on any kind of technical advancement or any kind of technical partnership. So I think we could come up with something if we needed to, but there's nothing in place right now.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation.
Certainly.
I think Representative Smith kind of touched on what I was thinking, especially when I was looking at they're going to be able to take texts and videos.
They already can.
Is what I'm thinking here? I'm thinking of a dispatcher sitting in somewhere in a emergency operations center. Are all of those videos, and are they all going to be funneled in to a format that they can recognize right away, or is this just somebody out there and they see a wreck, or they see somebody's car being hijacked, and they take a video and send it to 911, and I'm sure that it's a good thing, but it's just as good to say, hey, I'm at 12th and Tyler, and I just saw a individual pull a woman out of her car and take her car and drive off, than it is to actually take that video.
So
That's the first part of my question.
So I'll answer it in a moment, but it's going to sound a little long. We were worried about that with text too. Do you guys remember the public service announcements that we did? Call if you can, text if you can't, trying to make sure that people didn't text instead of call. What we discovered is we do get texts, but they're not that many. And that's because most people want to hear a voice. They want to know that call completed. They want to know it happened. And so I don't think there would be based on our experience anyway, if that was possible, there would not be probably an influx of that. However, right now it is not possible. So how video works right now is that the caller calls 911 like anybody. And if it sounds like video is a good idea, and if the PSAP, because of the same concerns you just brought up, has agreed to use video, not all of them have, then the telecommunicator sends a text message to the phone of the caller. And that text message is a video link. So when the caller agrees, yes, you can look at my phone, then the video comes in live. It is not triggered from the field. It is triggered from the 911 center. There is a vision in next generation 911 for people to be able to send video to 911 directly, but it has not happened anywhere in the country. And there are logistical and technical problems with that, but there are also a lot of concerns about telecommunicators and what people might send videos of that they don't need to be seeing.
Have you, is this going to be working in conjunction with the highway patrol and their dispatch, or is this going to be separate, or how is that working?
Highway patrol is not on our system.
They're going to keep their own, correct?
Yes, as far as I know.
Because I've seen their screens in their cars, and real time, they can look across the state and see what, because their trooper number pops up on the screen, and there's a little text, real time, saying K871 is working, an injury accident at Hydraulic in 20th Street in Wichita. Right. This is a trooper that's here in Topeka. He can scan all that. Is that going to be available to 911 people here?
Yes. I mean, not what the troopers are seeing. So that's a separate system, right? They don't take 911 calls, so they're on a separate system. But we have a similar technology. It right now is divided PSAP by PSAP. So you can't see kind of outside of what's been allowed for your PSAP. But one of our requests of the vendor that provides us that technology is to create a statewide view. So not every day, but in the event of a major incident that affects multiple 911 centers or a declared disaster where you have mutual aid coming from all over the state, that those people could be put into sort of a statewide view so that all PSAPs could see them no matter where they were or where they were responding. Nobody wants everybody to be able to watch them all the time. And so that's always going to be something that's saved for special circumstances and special events.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly. Absolutely. So let's hit security, since that's what we're here for. So let's talk about the 911 infrastructure. System security is one of our primary focuses, and this is what we do to protect it. All end users have to take security training, have mandatory security training every year. The end user workstations, so the actual workstations the council puts in, are limited to the hosted solution applications, and I don't mean there's a sticky note on them that says you can't put anything else on here. Legitimately, some of them, when you turn them on, come straight to the application. You can't even see the desktop in the background or minimize it. Some of the older ones, you can minimize it, but when you try to open something else, nothing works because it's just been handled in the back end that it does one thing and that you have to be an AT&T technician to do more with it. And that's so that we don't have any mistakes. Then the entire network is monitored constantly under AT&T's security policy, and it's ASPR, and I am not going to remember what that stands for, but I included their statement on what is included in that they follow ISO 27001 and 9001, the NIST cybersecurity framework, the National Emergency Number Association's Next Generation Security recommendations, and the FCC's 911 recommendations. So they are the ones constantly doing network monitoring on, once the call gets to us, that's what it is subjected to. And in 2020, we did a penetration test of the network using the MITRE ATT&CK format. And there was one low-level risk identified there, penetration. They were not able to get into the network, but they did find an answer from a time service, and that was shut down in 2020 when it was found. And then finally, we have Secular monitoring all network traffic coming on and off of the network and within the network, looking for any intrusions 24/7. So that's what we're doing to keep the 911 system as safe as possible. And then I wanted to talk just briefly about how the hosted solution might be able to assist with the security of other types of infrastructure in Kansas. And what you're looking at here, and the photo is blurry for a reason. What you're looking at here is a screenshot from Radius, which is the mapping application that PSAPs on the hosted solution use. The data in the map comes from the state GIS Data Clearinghouse, DASC, or the Data Access and Support Center at KU, as well as data feeds from a variety of other sources. So this is what they see in the PSAPs. Lightning is a companion application for field responders that runs on mobile phones. So when a 911 call comes in, the telecommunicator can see its location on this map, as well as any call-related data associated with it on this map. And then the responder, if they're using Lightning, can see the call location as well, and the same information the telecommunicator got on their phone, most of it. The application is still being developed, so there are a couple of feeds that aren't there. While they are logged into Lightning as well for responders, their phone's location shows up both in Lightning and in Radius, so telecommunicators and other responders know where they are. As soon as they log off of Lightning, that goes away. So what you are looking at actually in this map is the item I'm going to focus on. So I can talk about a lot of stuff between Radius and Lightning, a lot of ideas we have, a lot of initiatives we're working with everybody from KDOT and the Board of EMS to national entities, looking for good data sources that won't clutter things up, but will help emergency response. But thanks to my voice, I'm going to focus on just one, and it's the one you're looking at there. So we're doing a project to test the integration of school floor plans. That's all blurred out because it's an actual school floor plan. And I didn't want the whole world to have it. But this is the test school, and it's showing as you would see it in the Radius map. So with this floor plan added, if a 911 caller comes in, location information would show the telecommunicator what room they're in, or at least as best as the location information can do, which most of the time is pretty close. So they can see what room they're in, but with Lightning in the field, an incident commander might also be able to see which room they were in or which room field responders were in if you had multiple responders going through a school for some reason. Responders can also see, and I apologize that you can't see it, but I really did feel like blurring this was important. There are locations on that map for all of the panic alarms, for all of the security cameras, for the fire extinguishers, the AEDs, things like that. And so responders can look at the app if they're going, I need an AED, and see on that map relative to their own location where the nearest one is, so they can go grab it. Collecting school floor plans or anybody's floor plans is not really our lane, but the point of this project is to develop guidelines so that any entity that does want to collect this for schools, for event centers, any other public building, they can know what is necessary to get it into the 911 system and get it into these two applications if that's where they want it. So we're developing guidelines for any future data collection.
Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On this point in particular, it's fantastic news to hear about the potentiality here. What would it take to have do we have any entity in the state that's could be responsible, could be funded to do this type of work to make sure that they get this information into your guidelines, given that you feel like it's not in your lane?
So, well, let me put it this way. I don't believe it is within the council's lane for 911 fees to do. I do think that the council has a role in any kind of major mapping project that's supposed to be integrated into this. And certainly it would be coming in through the applications. What has happened in some other states is that methodologies have been selected and funded by the legislature, or selected and funded by grants, or selected and funded by collections of various local entities. And we would be very interested in participating and assisting with a project like that. It's just not within our, it's not within our bounds to organize getting all of the schools or whatever on board, that kind of thing.
So right now, there's no entity taking the lead in the state of Kansas on this, but there's obviously other states that have had leads either locally or statewide. You're saying you'd like to have a role in that in the future in terms of that, but it's not within current goals purview to actually do all that work, but put the guidelines in place and be there, okay? I think it's super important for keep focus on this. I'd be really interested in how we can protect the safety of our students out there in case of any kind of, obviously, active shooter situations I think we're talking about here. One other question, if you could. Oh my gosh, I got all into that, now I forgot what my other question was. I'll come back to it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll speak to the rest of your question for a moment, though. Part of this indoor mapping, we call it an indoor mapping pilot. And part of doing this pilot is understanding what the technology is out there. 3D mapping, I mentioned Z-axis, knowing what floor people are on, is a really big deal in 911 right now. But that is very different from getting floor plans for schools, and yet they're both being marketed in the same products and same projects by some vendors. So we wanted to understand, there's a lot of buzzwords, there's a lot of cool stuff. You can make a VR to go through a school, but that's of no use to responders. What we wanted to do is figure out what's out there, what can we use inside our system, what data can we manage at KU, which manages most of our data, what other options for data management are there? Because what we don't want is for somebody to decide to spend a lot of money collecting indoor mapping data and have it not work with our system. So this entire effort has been to make sure that whatever future investment comes, whoever it comes from, has the realistic expectations of the 911 system in mind.
Oh,
Okay, thank you. I did remember after that. Thanks for that
Excellent.
explanation. It makes total sense. The other thing, second question was just around security. We often think about security as the strength of our technology, but some basic methods, denial of service attacks, is when folks, a bad actor comes in and just hits the system over and over until there becomes a denial of service. Now, I'm not saying that is a possibility here, but what could happen, and I don't know if there's any incidents, is if I have a coordinated set of members of a group that wants to do something. Let's think of a military attack, a localized thing. Maybe it's a school shooting coordinated, or maybe it's militia who decides to swarm your 911 system with a series of false encounters through burner phones, et cetera, whatever we want to do. Do we have any methodology, and is this thought about inside of the circles that take care of this? How do we handle a series of false events when there's a series of bad actors trying to confuse the system to execute something?
I can tell you about it from a technical perspective. Yes, I think everybody in the in emergency response is worried about that and how to respond to that. But let's start with just step one. We have 20 friends, and each one of them has a phone that has an app on it that allows them to call 911 continually. So the hosted solution has a couple of things going. First and foremost, it has an immediate overflow mechanism. So when calls go unanswered because nobody is free to answer them because of other calls or whatever, there's timers and ring counts to roll them over to another 911 center. They never go nowhere. So they do get moved to other spots so they can get answered. And that's part of the reason our mapping system and everything has to be statewide. Maybe statewide all the way into the Mid-America Regional Council footprint, because we want to make sure if that call rolled over or got transferred or got misrouted, we have a map for it. We can help them figure out what they're looking at. So that's the first step. And the second one, there is a lot of effort on AT&T and the subcontractors for AT&T that handle the call routing in watching denial of service. And there are methods of doing things like, say, a single phone is set up with some sort of application to call continually to be able to block those phone calls for a period of time. It's very dangerous. It's not something that happens at the PSAP level or even at our level. We call a vendor, and there's a lot going on there. But if it starts, we have ways to stop it. I mean, at least for the ones we know about at this point. As I'm sure you guys know, this stuff evolves often enough and quick enough that I could not say that we have everything covered, but we have everything we know of covered.
One more.
Just on that point, counter that with legitimate calls coming in. Say Kansas City had the parade, let's say you have 1,000 calls coming in, you hear the pops. I mean, is there a mechanism to also not deny the service for the folks that are trying to do malicious acts, but obviously answer each one of those things in a way that's fast and efficient? You said there is an overflow. It does go into timer mode. And the most horrifying thing, I think, for anybody in emergency is to not have anybody answer for 2 minutes.
Right.
Maybe that's too long. So,
I would agree. I would agree.
I mean, how do you balance the security nature of a overflow as well as the need to respond? I mean, do you?
Well, I imagine pretty much the way any system does, we make our best guess. But it is to a degree, I hate to call it this, but it's kind of a game of chicken, right? You want to make sure that the locals can answer as many of their own calls as possible because they know best their area, what's going on, they have the information. But at the same time, you don't want the caller to wait. And those agreements have been put in place between PSAPs on the hosted solution, and the council enables that by taking memorandums of understanding between them and seeing that the technology is implemented to put it in place. You're welcome.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You are very welcome. And I'm so glad my voice made it all the way through. That is it, by the way. And now back to discussion. So I asked for my card to be distributed. So if any of you have any questions in the future, please feel free to reach out.
Thank you. And Lynn, thank you for being here as a backup in case you're back on schedule at 2:15.
Sorry.
That's great. We're glad you made it. Well, we're up against lunch, so guys, just try and be here around 1 o'clock. Or be a little bit earlier. We're trying to start on time. We're adjourned for lunch. ahead and get started. First up after lunch, we got grid security updates. Justin Grady. Turn it over to you to run this part.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Peterson and Vice Chair Smith, members of the committee. Nice to meet those of you that I've never met before. My name is Justin Grady. I'm the Deputy Director of the Utilities Division at the Kansas Corporation Commission. We're going to talk to you this afternoon about resource adequacy and grid reliability in the state. We've also got Casey Cathy online virtually with the Southwest Power Pool. He's going to talk to you as well, and also have Cody Vandevelde from Evergy. And so we're going to tag team for the next hour and 15 minutes or so here. Certainly open to questions. Chair, I don't know whether you want to take questions from me at the end of the presentation or wait until all three of us finish up and then try to leave some room for questions. That's up to you.
What do you prefer?
Oh, I'm really flexible. So let's just see how the presentation goes. And, we'll do everything we can to leave room for questions. I'm on slide 2 now. And this is sort of a rough outline or an agenda of where I expect to go this afternoon. I'm not going to hit on any one of these individual points with too much detail because there's a lot of meat coming in the SPP and the Evergy presentation. But what I wanted to try to do is provide sort of an overview, set the context for who are the different players, the different entities that have a role in ensuring reliability in the state of Kansas, and what role and overlapping responsibility do they have. So on slide 3, like any administrative agency, the KCC derives its authority from laws that the legislature passes. And one of those that's really foundational and a core responsibility that we have is KSA 66101B. And I've got the language recreated verbatim here with highlights. 66101B is like, again, it's really the foundation, it's the bedrock of what we're responsible for. And it establishes a system of shared responsibility essentially between electric utilities in the state and the KCC that oversees and regulates them. So electric utilities in the state are required to provide efficient and sufficient service. And you'll see as we go through this, but efficient, sufficient service is essentially affordable and reliable service. That's the working sort of operational definition of those terms, of those legal terms. And what the statute allows is, in the event that a utility is not providing efficient, sufficient service, then the KCC is empowered to take action to ensure that they are providing efficient, sufficient service and to establish just and reasonable rates that are required as necessary for the utility to perform its role, its job. On slide 4, this is one of the ways in which the legislature stays up to speed on the supply and demand situation for electricity in the state of Kansas. 661282 requires us every 2 years to file a report with the Senate Utilities Committee and House Energy and Utilities Committee. And excuse me, first of all, I apologize in advance. I'm getting over a head cold and I'm going to cough and clear my throat several times. But what the requirement is to report to the legislature on generation capacity needs and system peak capacity capabilities. It's really supply and demand forecasted. And so what we do, how we interpret those requirements is we provide a 5-year, 10-year, 15 and 20-year view of electricity supply and demand in the state of Kansas from each of the investor-owned utilities, cooperatives, municipals that we can get the information from. And then we also provide in that report annually a list of each of the generating facilities in the state of Kansas and all of the renewable facilities that we're aware of in the state of Kansas. And then we've more recently, we've been sort of providing supplementary information which is typically an update on either narrative or PowerPoint form, an update on the resource adequacy initiatives that Southwest Power Pool has in flight, and maybe upcoming changes that the SPP is putting into place that are going to affect Kansas and the reliability, our utility's ability to provide reliable service. One quick note is each of the links in the presentation are active. I did check those this morning. If you click on that link there at the bottom of slide 4, that'll take you to our most recent biennial report. And we'll be providing another one of those this year in February or late January, early February. Slide 5, this is meant to be an overview slide, but this is the way, integrated resource planning is the way that we ensure that the state's investor-owned utilities are properly planning for the long term, short and long term, and fulfilling their responsibilities to provide, to ensure reliability in the state. And so we require Evergy to file these IRPs. They file a new, complete, comprehensive refresh every 3 years. It's called the triennial filing. And then every year, they do an annual update. And by its nature, the annual update is meant to be not as comprehensive as the triennial filing, but because we live in such a dynamic world right now with regard to commodity price changes and environmental regulations, the annual updates have been pretty extensive filings in and of themselves, but this year's filing was the triennial. And again, you can click in that link in the bottom of page 5 and go and look at that. We don't require Empire to file IRPs in the state, and the reason for that is because their system in Kansas is about 5% of their total system over the 4-state area. And so it's difficult for the 5% of Empire's regulatory commission to sort of, the tail wagging the dog, so to speak. And so what we do is we get copies of those filings, we review them, we talk with Empire about them, and ensure that ultimately they're planning in the same fashion that Evergy is. So an IRP, just generally, it's really a forecasting and a modeling exercise that forecasts out generation supply and demand for the next 10 to 20 years. And ultimately, it's software and it's machine learning. It's very complicated resource modeling software that is basically capacity expansion model. And what it does is this capacity expansion model will create the optimal set of resources to serve customers if it knows exactly what the future is going to be. So if it knows exactly what natural gas prices are going to be, or the level of carbon dioxide restrictions nationally, or maybe the cost to build certain types of generation, it will select the perfect portfolio. But because we don't know what the future holds, even next year, let alone 10 or 20 years from now, the way you do these is they're done by scenario analyses. So there's something called critical uncertain factors that are evaluated. And this year, those are natural gas prices, CO2 emission requirements, and construction costs. And basically, you run a different set of you identify a different optimal portfolio based on the different combination of those critical uncertain factors, and you evaluate what the cost to customers is across all those uncertain futures, and then ultimately do an expected value approach and calculate the net present value of revenue requirements. And ultimately, that's the way you select an optimal portfolio. I know that's all sort of, gobbledygook, but that's as high level summary as I can give in terms of what the actual math and the modeling is that it does. But we have a heavy focus in our IRPs in terms of flexibility and evaluating whatever portfolio it is. Let's evaluate it based on, say, low carbon restrictions and high natural gas prices and high construction costs, and how does it evaluate? So we look at not just the expected value, but also how that portfolio performs in terms of outlier or extreme scenarios. As I mentioned, the most recent filing is available at that link. Slide 6 is sort of where the rubber meets the road in terms of, how does the KCC stay on top of how the utilities are doing in terms of the actual reliability that customers are accustomed to or experiencing. And so we do require extensive annual reliability reporting, and sometimes more frequently than that. Again, these are active links. You can look at, if you went to that first link, for instance, there's an order in October of 2004 that provides the list of the detailed reliability reports that utilities are required to file in the state. And so these are all of the industry standard reliability reports, right? So it's SAIDI and SAFE, and that's just basically how often do you have an outage and how long does it last? And then we also require utilities to report on major outages, in terms of how many customers were out, what was the root cause, how quickly did you restore service. We also require them to report on the worst, their list of worst performing circuits. We require them to do root cause analysis and corrective action plans to basically fix the worst of the reliability areas in their system. So, you can go and look at those individual reports and those, most of that information is public and it's on the commission's website. Slide 7, we talked about there is a natural tension associated with sort of our dual mandate, which is efficient and sufficient service, or affordability and reliability. I mean, that's probably intuitive to you, but it's almost like the Federal Reserve's dual mandate, right, of maximum employment and maximum price stability. Well, those two factors tend to sometimes be at odds with each other. And so you can have a maximally affordable system that's not very reliable and the other way around as well. So customers are accustomed to a certain level of reliability. It's important to not only residential and commercial customers, but for some industrial customers, it can be $1 million or more for a quick momentary outage, right? So it's very important. The investments that it takes to maintain that level of reliability are in the billions of dollars. I've got a couple of slides later that summarize the capital investment plans of Evergy. If they invest in generation or distribution investments, those typically show up in a rate case. We just finished a rate case from Evergy last year around this time, and there was a couple of large generation investments that were included in that customers are paying for today. That was the Persimmon Creek Wind Farm and the 8% portion of Jeffrey Energy Center that at one time was in their non-regulated portfolio. And so you can see what the costs of those are, almost $25 million a year just for those two generation units and about 400 megawatts of capacity. There was a change last year to the law in Kansas where if Evergy decides that it wants to build a new natural gas-fired generation unit, they will be able to recoup some of the costs of that construction from customers' bills on a semi-annual surcharge that changes no more often than once every 6 months. They don't have any of those right now, but it's certainly a possibility in the future. And then transmission investments are obviously very important for reliability and affordability, in fact. And if the large investor-owned utilities are making investments in transmission, then those show up on a line item surcharge on customers' bills pursuant to 66-1237. So slide 8 is where we start to talk about the SPP. Again, I'm not going to get into a lot of detail. I know Casey's got a great presentation he wants to provide you, but what I want to do is try to sort of put that into context and put that into perspective. The Southwest Power Pool is a FERC jurisdictional regional transmission organization. Their responsibility is to plan and oversee the transmission system, and they also have a FERC-approved tariff that says that for the area within their sort of operational control, they're required to set a planning reserve margin and resource adequacy policies that result in a reliability standard no worse than 1 day of outages in 10 years. So that 1 day in 10-year standard is the national standard. It's in SPP's FERC tariff. And you can also think of that as 0.1 day per year. I've got the link to the attachment in their tariff that's an active link in that first bullet point, and you can look at that. Today, the planning reserve margin, which is basically the capacity of additional generation capacity that you have to have over and above your expected peak needs. Today, that's 15% in the summer. It was 12% just a few years ago. And recently, the board passed an increase of that to 16% starting in the summer of 2026. We also will have, assuming FERC approves this, we also will have a binding winter planning reserve margin requirement of 36% in the winter of 26 and 27. I mentioned there in a couple of bullet points that, SPP is unique in terms of regional transmission organizations because they have essentially delegated this responsibility and for reliability and resource adequacy to the Regional State Committee. The Regional State Committee is made up of one retail regulator, like, Kansas certainly has a member, which is Andrew French, our current chair. It's made up of one retail regulator from each state within the region that has retail load being served essentially by SPP. And so the Regional State Committee evaluates resource adequacy policies and planning reserve margins and some of the other policies and makes a recommendation to the board. The board is an independent board. SPP board is independent. They could determine to make a filing to FERC that's different than what the RSC has approved, but that's never happened to date. So this is a unique structure in terms of regional transmission organizations, and I think it's one of the real highlights of SPP in terms of the state involvement in this process. I also mentioned there at the bottom the statutory authority that allows the KCC to participate in the RSC and in COG. And I'm going to skip slide 9 because I noticed that was a duplicate, and Casey is going to talk about that. So slide 10 is sort of where the rubber meets the road in terms of SPP reliability and resource adequacy reports. So every June, SPP puts out these summer RA reports, and they report on the actual levels of capacity reserve margin that exists within the region, as well as the projections over the next 4 or 5 years. And those are public documents. That link will take you to the most recent one. If you look at the graphic at the bottom of slide 10, so you'll see that for now, we still have excess capacity within SPP. But a few years from now, SPP is forecasting that we will not have adequate reserves or reliability to meet the kind of reliability that customers have become accustomed to. That is obviously somewhat of a call to action. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and we need to add additional megawatts to the system. Demand response is a part of the solution. There are probably 10 or 15 different separate initiatives occurring at SPP and at the individual state level to try to address that. The one bright side, sort of silver lining to this message is that for about 4 years now, every time we see these reports, we're about 2 or 3 years away from serious reliability issues. And that's not to, take away from the seriousness of this message. The takeaway that you should have is that SPP began making changes in its policies and sending the right signals to generator owners and to regulatory commissions about 4 years ago, really in the aftermath of Winter Storm Uri, that really have made a difference and have sort of stopped the bleeding and pushed the true reliability issues out a few years. Every year we get another update. It's sort of like it's not getting any worse for 3 or 4 years now. And so, like I mentioned, the planning reserve margin was 12%. That was moved up to 15%. And there's several other changes that have taken place in the last 2 or 3 years to make a difference there as well. Slide 11, 12, and 13, I'm not really going to go into any amount of detail on. Those are just snapshots of each of the major investor-owned electric utilities in the state and where they stand from a supply and demand perspective. You know, what kind of excess capacity do they have? What's the different mix of the resources that they have to serve Kansans, from renewables to coal or natural gas? And you can see for both of the Evergy utilities and the Empire District Electric Company there. And then on slide 14, I don't have the specifics for each of those other Kansas utilities, but they're in that report. What I did was just pull in where the capacity reserve margin stood as of 2014 for each of these other municipal and cooperative utilities in the state. And so you can see most of the utilities in the state are far above the 16% that we're going to go to in 2026. And if you talk to them, the reason they'll give you is because, well, a lot of this is based on weather normalized load, and weather is not weather normalized, right? What happens in a particular year, you can have 5-10% higher weather. Load sometimes comes that you didn't quite accurately predict. And so we've always viewed the planning reserve margin numbers that SPP sets out as a minimum. And it's certainly anything, you know, above that, it's a policy call on the question of, are we meeting the right balance here in terms of reliability and affordability? Slide 15 is, I'm really not going to talk about much. That was meant to be sort of a precursor to what Cody's going to talk to you about in terms of the actual results of the IRP itself. This is just a snapshot of, at the total company level, what resources Evergy, as of this summer, is planning on bringing into the system, when they're planning on bringing into the system, what resources they're still talking about retiring. And so that's the 20-year view from their most recent IRP. And then my last set of series of slides from 16 to 18 is, you know, I kind of hit on it earlier, but maintaining a reliable electric system, these are extremely capital-intensive entities. So it's investment in the billions of dollars every year to maintain the kind of reliability that we're all accustomed to. So we require Evergy to file detailed capital investment plans in that 19096 docket. You can click on that link and look at those. And what we do is we require detailed, you know, line-by-line type investment plans that we can look at. Our engineers can evaluate and determine whether these are truly needed projects. We also, if you look at slides 17 and 18, you can see the sort of summary level, the higher level of year over year in terms of generation and transmission, distribution, information technology. How much are these utilities spending to provide service to customers? And when you see numbers like $7 billion or $8 billion, you know, that tends to provide alarm to customers or to representatives or senators to say, how can my constituents afford this? And while it's true, this is a lot, these are significant investments. Because these investments are recovered over 30, 40, 60 years, and because the vagaries of utility accounting, regulatory accounting, Evergy can invest almost $1 billion every year and not increase customer rates at all, right? Just to sort of keep pace with the level of depreciation that is occurring every year. And so the message you take away here should not necessarily be that, you know, Kansas utility customer rates are going to go up exponentially in the next 4 or 5 years. These level of investments have something approaching this level of investment has been sort of the norm for the last 5, 6, 7 years in Kansas. And the other thing is Evergy understands, of course, that this is a balance. We understand that this is a balance and that utility customer rates can't get out of hand relative to, say, the level of inflation that customers have become accustomed to, or the level of utility price inflation over the last 5 to 10 years. So every time Evergy does one of these reports and tells us about their investments, they're always sure to also tell us what the cost of that's going to be and the end result on utility customer rates in terms of average rate increases over the next 4 or 5 years. So That's it. That's the extent of the slides I prepared this afternoon. I look forward to answering questions that the committee has, either right now or after the other conferees. And, I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Committee, do we have any questions now? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Next up, I believe we have,
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
yes, we can.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Casey Cathy. I'm the Vice President of Engineering at the Southwest Power Pool. I do have a number of slides to go over, but in the interest of time, I'll try to be quick and give kind of an overview of a number of major topics in the electric industry. Oh, am I the presenter? Do I need to? Let's see. I can share if that's the intent.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Kate Smeltzer, KLRD. Casey, we'll go ahead and project your slides now. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. I didn't have it readily available. Sorry. It's on my iPad on the side. As you're pulling that up, I'll just go over the outline. And just from a timeline perspective, I'll see if I could wrap my portion up in about 20 minutes, maybe, so that we can have time for Cody and then questions as well. The electric industry is probably the busiest it's ever been in 100 years. And that's no small feat because we've been pretty busy over the last 20. The topics I'd like to talk to you about today are surrounding really all three major elements of the transmission grid. And that comes from generator interconnection. So the process that SPP uses to interconnect a generator, and the transmission as well to get it to where it needs to be from the generator to the actual load and consumers. The resource adequacy, Justin did a really good job covering it. I have a couple of slides on that just from SPP perspective. And then load. And so really the three major elements, generation, transmission, and load. We can go a couple of slides down to, I guess, slide 23, maybe 3 slides down, if you don't mind. There we go. Okay, so I'll start with generation interconnection. And you may have heard that the overall industry has what's being called the GI backlog. Generator interconnection is the typical process that any transmission entity or transmission owner in the entire nation has to go through. And so per FERC jurisdictional law, we have to facilitate a queue-based least cost approach to an open access transmission. So basically what that means is that anybody who wants to build a generator can, but they have to go through a queue-based process. This GI process has been in place for a number of years and it worked for a long time. It was primarily, I would say, designed for incremental gas peakers. And just, you think about 20 years ago, what power plants were actually necessary to build out in the early 2000s. And it worked for that. Fast forward to maybe the last 5-6 years, and it was never designed for a wholesale energy mix swap. It was never designed for shutting down a lot of coal and replacing it with wind, solar, and electric storage resources or batteries. And so SPP has a backlog, and really we're working through that backlog. But we're not unique to this situation. Across the nation, everyone is struggling with the inrush of needed generation, regardless of fuel type. These generators are needed, but in order to process those, we have to come up with novel approaches. And so SPP filed with FERC back in 2021 a backlog clearing plan to really unclog this aspect. So what you're seeing on the screen is a location map. It's on our SPP website. It's a dynamic map. Right now we have upwards about 420, 419 projects that are in the queue. And it just from a mathematical reference perspective, 85.4 gigawatts is more than our peak load at SPP. Our last summer's peak was 56, just over 56 gigawatts. So we have more in the queue than we have load to serve in SPP. But there's a lot more to that than meets the eye. It's not just the install capacity. Solar is a good one to use as an example. I think everybody can appreciate the sun doesn't shine at night. And so solar has a certain energy profile, which is very helpful to serve the load that is incremental throughout the day, but it's not helpful to serve at night. And so I just picked on solar as an example, but every fuel has a certain type of pro and a certain type of con in the utility space and the business case for this. But as you can see, the makeup, if you kind of map the legend, we have a lot of solar, we have a lot of wind, we have a lot of batteries. We do have about almost 7 gigawatts of gas in our queue across the region looking to build. We can go to the next slide. And this is just another way of looking at it from a commercial operations date perspective. So our GIQ processes based on FERC's rules and SPP's tariff. But these are the dates that the GI requests are coming through and looking to interconnect to the system. And as Justin mentioned, we are somewhat in a crisis mode for resource adequacy, and we need every megawatt we can get, not the least of which because load is growing, but also because our risks are increasing for the region. And I can get into that in a minute. But this is a good visual to just show the amount of wind, the amount of solar based on fuel type, and then what targeted commercial operations date. And then on the right, you can see locationally, this is Kansas that I'm talking to, and you can see a number of wind farms sort of in the central aspect of the state. And then just spread out a number of fuel types that are looking to interconnect in Kansas State as well. Go to the next slide. Okay, so this is very hard to read. I apologize for that. But the point here is that the information here is how many clusters. So we basically scoop up all the generator interconnections that are looking to connect to the system, and we scoop those up in a study in a priority order based on queue. And so you kind of think about it like you're in a line at Disney or you're in a line at Kroger, and we have to process those for the people that are first come, first serve. And what we try to do is scoop those up in a study. And that's led to somewhat of a backlog because of just the sheer volume of power plants and solar farms and so forth that are looking to connect has been unprecedented. And so we came up with this novel approach. What you're looking at the screen today is that by this time next year, we will have processed 6 more clusters of GI, which effectively will clear what I just showed you for the 84 gigawatts. So we're quite proud of the progress that we're making on that, and it's certainly generation that is necessary. We go to the next slide. Actually, 2 more. I'll just from a timeline perspective, we'll go straight to the resource adequacy piece. Okay, so resource adequacy challenges. Justin covered this very well. But over the last 15 years or so, we've had an inrush of wind, primarily SPP's wind. And we're quite proud of the ability to interconnect the amount of wind that we have, as well as operate reliably and economically the amount of wind we have. Just to give some numbers, we have 34 gigawatts of installed wind capacity in SPP's region. That's roughly over 15,000 individual wind turbines across the region. If you do the math, we've stood up roughly 2,800 megawatts of wind year over year for a solid 10 years, meaning that roughly on average, 2 to 3 wind turbines have energized to the system every single day for 10 solid years. So that is a lot of wind, and we've incorporated that, and that's great. It keeps fuel, fuel costs in check. It lowers our overall regional locational marginal prices, but wind also has a con. It's not always consistent, and so it is an intermittent resource. And so that's one of our leading factors towards needing resource adequacy mitigation. Thermal generation retirements over the last 6-7 years, we've retired as a region about 7 to 8 gigawatts of fossil fuels. And so, you have the increase of wind, you have a decrease of conventionals. The third one is very important. The remaining resources we have are starting to underperform. And some of that is due to just older and aging fleet, but some of that is also operationally, they're being challenged based on centralized markets and the effects of extreme conditions, as well as bouncing against wind drops and load excursions, meaning that think of it like your car and putting more city miles on it versus highway miles. It's just that from a machinery perspective, it puts more stress on those particular resources. And then you add that to the fact that we are increasing load at an unprecedented rate. And we've had, out of the last 4 winters, we've had 3 winter storms: Winter Storm Uri, Winter Storm Elliott, and Winter Storm Jerry. And then that leads to reducing margins. We can go to the next slide. So this is a visual of our fuel mix. If you've not seen this, I know there's a lot of percentages on here, but just highlight the green is representative of the energy serving load for wind each year. And so each year it's gone up. And largely it's displacing coal, which has traditionally been our #1 resource in SPP. That's in the red line. And the last few years, and 23 is not on here, but 23 was also wind was our top resource as well, further offsetting coal. And as you can see, gas, which is blue, is pretty steady. Gas is sort of the workhorse that allows us to incorporate the amount of wind that we have. You can go to the next slide. Okay, so resource adequacy construct. Um, so you think of it like a baseball team. You're running the system, and your power plants are the players. And to the extent that your players are perform really well, and they don't get fatigued, and they don't need a break, or they don't get hurt, then you don't need as much bench strength. But to the extent that they get hurt, those players get hurt or they fatigue, you need more bench strength to win the baseball game. Well, that is resource adequacy. We need a planning reserve margin that offsets underperformance of resources. Think about it a different way. If all of our resources perform perfectly and provided for power during extreme conditions in the winter, or very hot conditions during the summer, all year long in various conditions, then we wouldn't need a planning reserve margin at all. But the reality is we do. And as Justin mentioned earlier, we have a tariff obligation to match a reliability criteria of 1 day in 10, which I'll do the math for you. That's 2.4 hours a year. So roughly we're targeting 2.4 hours of loss of load each year. And that is what we have to maintain from our statistical analysis. We have to figure out, based on the usage of these individual resources over the past few years, and looking back on load profiles and projections moving forward, setting an appropriate planning reserve margin for the future. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So the next few slides are, yeah. Okay. This is a visual on our reduction of margins. So year over year, if draw your eye to the graph, the line to the left and the top, where it's roughly about 30% in 2017, and then it projects out 5 years, and it shows where the planning reserve margin is. This is based on the data from 64 load responsible entities. Basically, the utilities within the SPP's footprint provide us this data. And each year you can see, as you kind of scan your eyes to the right, year over year, it's started to go further down. And so that's where we're balancing this where you can't build a power plant overnight, and you can't build transmission overnight. So we need to make sure that we're planning appropriately for the risk of the area. And what we're been working on the last couple of years are policies, enhanced policies to be able to send the right signal to our load responsible entities and the states to show what we actually need on the system to maintain the reliability that we've maintained historically. You can go to the next slide. So we year and a half ago, we elevated resource adequacy as a top corporate risk at SPP, and we activated what's called the REAL team. Commissioner French is on it. There's a number of commissioners and SPP independent board members, as well as a few load responsible entities on that team. It's pretty novel with those particular sectors. And we started that at the beginning of 23. And what's in front of you right now is what that team helped work with our membership to develop for policy enhancements to get a handle on resource adequacy and ultimately address it in an affordable but reliable way. And so I'm not going to go list through all these unless you have certain questions on what's available. But Justin covered one of the main ones, that is establishing our separate winter planning reserve margin. So historically, summer has been our primary risk at SPP. And for every, I've been at SPP almost 20 years, and every year we would buckle down, and August would be, and kind of July as well, would be the industry's target to kind of buckle up. No outages. All outages are denied, and let's get through this heat wave or heat few weeks, and it's the highest peak. But in the last few years, winter has been very quickly becoming our number one risk for SPP in terms of load loss. And so that's why we have had to establish our very first winter planning reserve margin. We can go to the next slide. So we're not done yet. What I just reviewed is what's in front of FERC, and it's pending, and we're waiting approvals, or even if there's deficiencies, we'll work through those as well. But what's on the screen now is a prioritized ranking of future initiatives, and want to direct your attention to at least two of those. As you can see, there's a number of items that we still need to work on. One that the Kansas Commission might be interested in is demand response. We do see demand response as as something we need to dig into. It is a tool that our utilities can use, and it helps offset and make for a more affordable profile for resource planning, as long as it's effective. And I think that's the key, is we need to make sure that if we're going to accredit demand response, effectively offsetting the need for additional generation in certain areas, then we need to make sure that that demand response actually shows up during capacity critical hours for winter or summer when it's necessary. But that is a very important policy that we're working on with SPP's members. And the second one I wanted to direct your attention to is the long-term PRM. We've executed our tariff, our resource adequacy attachment AA, for at least 14 years now. And it wasn't until we've been capacity scarce that we start to realize that looking out 2 and 5 years in the future is not enough time for resource planners to react and ultimately build for regional risk. And so long-term PRM projection, and the states are involved at the regional state committee, that we need to establish a longer runway for load responsible entities, ultimately the utilities, to have a better plan for where the regional risk is. It's just like anything in life, though, the longer you look out, the more uncertain it is. And so we're having to balance accurate data in the short term with potentially inaccurate data in the long term, and try to hedge that from a regional risk perspective, but without sending the signal that sort of overbuilds as well. So we have to make sure we're balancing there. I don't think I have enough time to go over all the rest, but as you can see, there's a number of other policy items. You can go 2 more slides. So from a load growth perspective, this helps illustrate that our peaks are increasing. You saw a dip in, obviously, COVID that affected everyone globally. So we definitely saw a dip in the summer peaks there, but it's not just come back to normal, it's come back with a vengeance. Our load, and just to give you some data points, a typical good year for SPP as a region is just over 1% load growth year over year. I remember not even 6, 7 years ago, we would be excited about 1.2% load growth in a year. Well, now we're seeing minimum 3% and maximum upwards of 5 or 6% year over year. So orders of magnitude more load growth year over year is being projected in SPP. And I say that, and this is great. It's good opportunity. It's good economic opportunity. It's good for the utility business. It's good for the states. There's many reasons why this is a positive thing. But from a resource adequacy perspective, it sort of goes the other way because we're making the problem worse by adding load at the same time that we need to scramble to add generation. So we just need to recognize that and make sure that we're appropriately balancing um, reliability and affordability and opportunity. Can you go to the next slide? Actually, let's just go to 3 more just from a time. I do want to stop. Thank you. No, the one prior. Sorry. Yeah, okay, this is a good one to illustrate potential. And so SPP is a region. We also do longer term planning outwards of 20-year assessments. And we're trying to see what's realistic because each utility is sort of looking at what's necessary for their utility. You've got AI-driven data centers, you've got crypto, we've got hydrolyzers out there, the electrification of the Permian Basin and the Bakken Basin. And there's the load growth is not just traditional load growth as well. And so we've been working to figure out what is sort of the bookends of potential. And as you can see on the right, by 2050, it's 85% more load growth than we have last year. So that's effectively based on the all the economic aspects and what we have today, down to the granular public data and public policy aspects and electrification of EVs, heat pump loads, basically the transportation area. One data point for SPP is that all EVs actually have to charge within SPP's region if they're going to cross the country, which is kind of interesting. No EV, it can actually extend past SPP without charging. And so you kind of look at all these things and say, yeah, it's going to be somewhere between the left graph and the right graph is ultimately what we're seeing over the next 25 years. So very, very large opportunity. Let's keep going to the ITP. I want to touch on that and then probably hand it off to Cody. So if we could go to slide, I think 41. Okay, so I think this is important. Every year we build a transmission planning portfolio. SPP is the planning coordinator for the region. We've evolved the process. It's called ITP, Integrated Transmission Plan. We all like our acronyms. And excuse me, this year is going to be orders of magnitude larger than any prior transmission portfolio since 2006, when we first started the transmission planning process at SPP. And that is going to be $7.6 billion. Kansas, as a state, will be getting some notice to construct or transmission projects. And there's a number of reasons for that. It's not just our most costly transmission planning portfolio, but it's also our most beneficial portfolio. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but the transmission that we're actually building out based on the load projections and the winter weather events and resiliency and the economic benefits that we're seeing with additional generation lead to over an 8.0 benefits to cost ratio for building out this transmission portfolio. And so this is a good thing. It's building out resiliency for winter weather transfers. It's allowing for more interconnection, for generator interconnection. It's allowing for more large loads and overall opportunity, and as well as incremental load growth within our existing delivery points on the transmission system. We can go to the next slide. Just to show kind of an illustration of what we're talking about, majority of the transmission portfolio that we're bringing to the membership next week is based on load changes. And so one data point I like to give is that since we do an annual portfolio, we look 2, 5, and 10 years out. The load projections that are from our members in the 2-year out, so 2 years from now, exceeds what they told us last year, 10 years out, meaning that the loads are growing at such a rapid click that it exceeds, basically accelerated by 8 years in time from what was just told to us last year. And so this helps illustrate kind of where those load pockets are. I do want to put a caveat that there is some blue, I guess you could say, in the Kansas area. This is comparing it to 2023 data. So this means that Kansas very well could have projected more effectively than maybe other states. So it's just a comparison between the loads. On the right, you can see our transmission needs on the system. These are all of the very technical voltage and thermal and stability issues that we see, and we actually have a mandate to fix those based on the projections that our members provide. And as you can see in the numbers in the top right, this portfolio will solve over 1,500 system issues. I think with that, and just from a time perspective, I think that's all I wanted to cover. I have some other slides. Hopefully, we can share those if you have some questions. We are working to optimize the transmission system with our generation interconnection process that we're also calling the consolidated planning process, which is a very novel approach to ultimately save ratepayers money while right-sizing the transmission system by optimizing business functions. So I think I'll end there, and if I'll stick around for after Cody's presentation as well if you don't have questions now.
Hey, Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir, for being here today virtually to talk to us. Last year, the Security Committee had the opportunity to go out to Wolf Creek and see the nuclear facility there. Really fascinating for me. It's my first time out there. Something that I heard them say that I'd like to ask for your perspective on is that, you know, these nuclear plants were not designed, they're kind of designed for a steady state delivery of power. And because of these new technologies that are coming online, you know, solar and wind energy, they're now having to kind of do something that the plant was not designed to do in terms of, you know, surging at some times and kind of dialing it down at other times. The question I'd like to ask is, how does that affect the projections of life cycle of that plant and all the nuclear power plants that are kind of online now? And also your perspective across the region on what new facilities might be coming online and if they'll be designed any differently to address this concern.
Yeah, certainly. And I can take a stab at it. Of course, as SPP, we don't own any of the assets, so Evergy or others might want to chime in on the specifics of the units, but certainly I can speak to it at a very high level because I did mention that, you know, some of these resources are being they're being utilized in such a way that is fast ramping, and maybe they weren't designed for that prior to 2014 when we had a consolidated balancing authority. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. I mean, when we consolidated 16 balancing authorities, it was and started our integrated marketplace 10 years ago. We lopped off and just we removed 5,000 megawatts of headroom immediately, and so that means that, you know, that was 5,000 megawatts that was online prior to consolidating 16 BAs that everyone was paying for. And so it was very efficient and very economical. But as you mentioned, it also means that the remaining resources that are online to accommodate wind, primarily wind for SPP, they have to move around a lot more because we don't have that headroom to sort of how to dampen the effect of wind drops or wind excursions. And so it has led to accelerated wear and tear on our fleet, and we are concerned about it. And so what we're trying to do, at least SPP's perspective, is use that data from our members to try to protect the aging infrastructure aspects of it and try to understand what that does to performance. We are working closely with each, we have 64 load responsible entities. We're working closely with them because some of them, they have to do their own business case and look at these individual units and say, is it worth it to invest further into these plants and try to understand going forward that they might be whipsawed around a lot more, or should they retire them? And so we're trying to balance that as well. And at least from my role and the SPP's role, we're trying to give as much information to the resource planners as possible so that they can make those decisions.
Further questions for Casey? Representative Weigel, then we're gonna need to go to Cody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. In February 2021, Texas, they had what was deemed a very cold winter. The Texas, especially North Texas, was not used to the kind of extreme weather that happened. Texas or Kansas, in relation to Texas, has extreme weather off and on during the winter months. Is the power grid in good enough shape to withstand a sustained cold weather snap that Texas had in 2021?
That's an excellent question. Okay, so we have this 36% winter planning reserve margin that we just established and the regional state committee voted on in August includes the data from Winter Storm Uri. It also includes additional sensitivities for winter weather events. There's also been NERC standards in place for winterization, as well as increased gas electric coordination, primarily Uri, because each storm was different, but Uri was a gas infrastructure failure. Wind was a little bit low, but it was still pretty close to accreditation. Coal was actually pretty good during Uri for SPP, but the gas pipeline infrastructure could not sustain, based on that particular storm, could not sustain. So if you ask me if SPP could I guess, survive a Uri, we're designing the resource adequacy to do just that. And so our 36% winter planning reserve margin, the data we gave to the RSC was that if we don't retire anything and we continue with the current load projections and LREs meet this 36%, then we should be able to meet our reliability criteria and I guess weather that storm or a Uri-like storm in the future.
So I'm understanding that if that kind of extreme weather happens here in Kansas, that we should be able to be weathering that, so to speak.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. It's with the caveats that the policies we put in place are all met. So, we calculated incremental correlated cold weather outages from Uri, and without getting too technical, basically half of the gas needs to actually survive and operate during that type of extreme conditions. So if you assume that all of the activities since 2021, such as winterization of certain plants, such as building out the gas pipeline infrastructure for firm fuel, those kind of things have been done, then yes, the answer is yes.
All right. Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Cody, you're up.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Chair Peterson, Vice Chair Smith, and the rest of the committee, appreciate your time today. As we've established, given the interest of time, I think I will really try to hit the high points and give us a few minutes if you have questions. With that, maybe start on slide 5, please. And I'll just start here with, as we think about, most of my comments will be focused on the generation planning that Evergy does. And I apologize, I didn't introduce myself. Cody Vandevelde, Senior Director of Strategy and Long-Term Planning for Evergy. So part of my role is my team does the long-term generation planning function for the company. Slide 5 really lays out the core of our strategy, which aligns well with some of the things Justin was saying earlier around efficient and sufficient power and cost-effective planning. But that's squarely in line with our strategy, which attempts to balance reliability, affordability, and sustainability, really in that order too. First and foremost is reliability, and then how can we do that in a way that's cost-effective for our customers. And then our definition of sustainability is really a risk factor. How do we think about the regulations around us, and how do we build that into planning to have a responsible generation transition in the future? Maybe jump to slide 8. I won't touch on the background of the IRP and the mandate of the IRP. Justin did a nice job of that. I'll just, here on slide 8, you see a couple of the very dynamic and evolving kind of planning assumptions that we have to deal with. This isn't the full list, so it's not exhaustive, but just a few that I wanted to bring up today. Both Justin and Casey talked about the capacity and energy requirements and how those are evolving. Casey, appreciate the baseball analogy. We have the Royals coming back after a decade hiatus in the playoffs. We're back, so that probably resonated with some in the room. But there are very evolving capacity and energy requirements that we're planning around, which are driving new generation needs, and that really leads to the second bullet point there. As we think about which generation plants are needed to meet future growth, there are certainly economic considerations and trade-offs between those, so we're weighing those in our integrated resource plan. And then lastly, you'll see there is just the regulations we have to comply with, particularly carbon, which is very timely given the EPA's finalization of the GHG rule. So I'll try to quickly hit on a couple of specifics on each of those three, and then kind of move on to show you what that means for our plan for additions and retirements in the future. Jumping to slide 11, please. This will show you the equation that we're trying to balance. On the left-hand side, we're forecasting the load. And then Casey and Justin both talked about the planning reserve margin that we have to really put on top of that future expected load forecast to meet and have a capacity requirement that we have to deliver towards. On the right-hand side of that equation, on the very right-hand side, installed capacity is really what's the capacity of the steel we have in the ground today. And then you'll see there's a light green box there that kind of haircuts that steel in the ground to get us to what's referred to as accredited capacity. So that's really just, okay, you have a capacity of installed capacity in the ground. What can we really count on? And back to Casey's analogy, that's the bench strength kind of haircut that's required here. So we're solving for what's in the middle there in the dotted orange box. We have to make sure we have enough capacity that's accredited to meet what SPP says is our capacity requirement. Now, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, this was not a very dynamic equation. Now we can look at really each piece of that, and there's rapid changes happening from load forecast, load growth that we haven't seen in a long time. Planning reserve margin, we established that a few years ago. It was 12%. It's 15% going to 16% in the summer. We now have a winter planning reserve margin, so that planning reserve margin bucket is moving around. And then on the capacity accreditation side, on the right-hand side, the way the technologies of the generators are accredited are rapidly changing as well. And so all of these things make for solving for that middle box much more difficult than it used to be just a few years ago. Slide 13 will show you, just to put a little perspective there, on that equation I was talking about, the left-hand side, the load growth. The bottom portion where it says base demand growth on the left-hand side, traditionally, we've experienced anywhere from 0.5% to 1% of load growth. So that's probably pretty consistent over the last decade or so. What we're now forecasting between 2023 and 2028, so over the next 4 or 5 years, is closer to 2 to 3%. And there's even a backlog of potential growth that's not there, that's still evolving, that we're evaluating. So it's orders of magnitude different than what we used to have to plan towards. You know, on the right-hand side, some of that growth is fueled by large customers, many of which you're well aware of, Panasonic for sure in this state. But there's also just broader electrification and base load growth that's impacting this as well. I won't touch on 14 and 15, but those really speak to the trade-offs of the technologies as we're thinking about adding new generation. I've mentioned accredited. Some of the thermal, so coal, gas, nuclear, you get much more credit or accredited capacity out of those as compared to the renewables. But on 15, you'll see some of the economic trade-offs as well. From a levelized cost of energy perspective, the renewables are more attractive. So it's a balance, and it really, all this planning comes back to fuel diversity and finding that right balance. Slide 16 touches on the carbon restrictions, and so we have some assumptions that we use for planning scenarios, kind of low, mid, and high, given there's an uncertain future. What we now know is the EPA has finalized the GHG rules, so you'll see in the orange box there, we'll be evaluating those, and in our upcoming IRP, we'll have those considered in that and how that impacts the future plan that we're planning towards and what we filed just 6 months or so ago. So on 17, really this integrated resource plan is really just a balancing act between understanding and baking in the risk factors, as Justin said, very complex probabilistic modeling that goes into this, but it's balancing that risk factor against our customer needs and our requirements from our regulators and our regional transmission organization to deliver what we call as a preferred portfolio. So how do we meet that future growth? On 18, this will just give you perspective on the dynamic nature of this. So on the left-hand side, this is an indicative position in 2024 of what our capacity surplus position for our Kansas Central utility was. And so above the line really says we have excess capacity to meet our expected load. Anything below the line would say we actually have a shortfall. So starting in 24, we have excess. As we start to bake in some of these things that SPP talked about around requirements and new planning reserve margins, you can see that the resource adequacy requirements start to haircut that surplus a little bit. And then that third blue box, looking left to right, is really, what if economic development pipeline really, comes to fruition? We can quickly flip and become in a shortfall position. And then further, as we think about carbon regulations and the need to responsibly transition our fleet, just one coal plant can significantly reduce that capacity position. So very quickly from 2024 to again, an indicative position, but looking at 2030 on the right-hand side, you can see a massive swing, in a relative 1,000 megawatt swing just by these pieces kind of coming together. So on 19, Justin showed our 20-year plan to kind of bring on new resources, retire resources. This is as of 2024 IRP, just a little bit different view. It kind of gives you the, every 5-year swath of what that would take. Anything above the line would be generation that we're looking to add, and you get a sense of what the different types of fuel sources are. So in the near term, we have, about half of the capacity would be natural gas, the other half for, roughly renewables. And then you see how that changes over time. Anything below the line would be what our preferred plan has baked in today for retirements. And what I'd say is there's always being looked at that's a flexible retirement plan As you probably are aware, at one time, we had planned to retire Lawrence Energy Center this year, and we've pushed that back to 2028. So those retirement plans are something we constantly look at. And particularly now that we have the final GHG rule, we can actually plan around what that might be, because there's optionality in the EPA's GHG greenhouse gas rule that may allow us to keep that capacity around longer. On slide 20, you'll get a sense here. This shows you starting in 2005, the second pie graph is current, and then an estimated 2030 and 2040 view. But really what this shows is, we had a lot of base load capacity back in 2005. Since then, we've added wind, particularly because it's been very economic on the energy side. Does not bring as much capacity value. And now that the world is changing, we're starting to solve for more capacity and energy at the same time. And so you'll see the fuel diversity in 2030 and 2040 looks drastically changed compared to the way the portfolio looked back in 2005. Given it looks like we're about at time, we had some security slides at the end of this presentation. I'll skip over those so that we have a few minutes for questions, if that's okay.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try to stay in my lane here, and our lane today is security. I'm in a county right now that is looking at a substantial project coming in, or trying to come in, of solar. Noticeably absent up until your presentation about slide 14, 15 was solar. I'm sure, I can't imagine the jobs of the actuaries in energy production trying to go out 10 to 20 years and imagine what technology may look at. One of them being, I would think, battery storage. So if you're going to use solar, you're going to need reliable storage of that energy in order to make it reliable, right? Winter precipitation effects, et cetera, whether it's a cloudy day, simply. As a law enforcement agency, I'm looking at the attitudes of the people in my county. Many are not happy. Those who are going to house those facilities are very, they're looking at the bottom line. Meanwhile, you're talking about a footprint of, and I'm going to have a question here, I promise you. You're going to have a footprint, some suggest 8,000 to 13,000 acres in order to have a commercial production of energy. That is incredibly substantial, and I've had people liken it to the deforestation of rainforests, large portions of it in order to have the fuel. From a security perspective, the folks aren't happy. Has Evergy looked at what it would take to make that resource, what's the word I'm trying to use here, that the number of acres used, the amount of technology that would be needed to make that viable, right? 13,000 acres out of a county. Holy crap. You're talking about not just the landowners themselves, but their neighbors having to deal with that. I've tried to stay neutral on this issue, but the more I look at it, the more concerned I become. Is almost obvious that we are putting the cart in front of the horse, that we're just going to force this out there in the name of carbon reduction. We're going to make you feel bad that you didn't build these things. So where's Evergy on this issue? And I'm sorry to stick you out in the middle of this in public, but we kind of need to know from y'all's perspective, what does this look like?
Yeah, no, fair enough. That I'm standing here, so I get the question, right? So yeah, I think what you'll see is, right, there are trade-offs with all of the technologies, and we had some of that here today. Solar, certainly from a footprint perspective, has its trade-off. I think for every megawatt of utility scale solar, it takes about 5 or 6 acres. So that'll give you a perspective of as you scale that, if it's a 100 megawatt facility, you're talking 600 acres. So that's certainly one of the trade-offs is the land requirements, right? And working with stakeholders to make sure it fits in the right categories. The positive side of that is the solar production. The levelized cost of energy is very attractive for customers, and the time at which that generation is produced is very attractive to meeting customer needs as well. So if you think about when solar produces, it's in the peak times in the summer when energy is being used the most. But solar is not the only answer to future growth at all. And you know, our plan reflects that. It's you know, solar can't be the only, wind can't be the only, natural gas likely can't be the only. It's going to take all of the above. And as you mentioned, carbon, you know, with the finalization of the greenhouse gas rule, EPA's greenhouse gas rule, we clearly have carbon reduction targets that we have to solve for now. So some of that may being able to lean on natural gas because there is a, you know, less from a ratable perspective carbon emission compared to a coal plant. But some of that's going to take carbon-free energy to meet needs as well. And solar right now is one of the most cost-effective and commercially available technologies to solve that part of the equation. That doesn't mean it'll be the only thing forever. There's a lot of other evolving technologies. It's just as we sit here today, you know, we wouldn't deem them prudent investments because they're not cost effective and they're not commercially available yet. So I don't know if I answered your question.
And I don't know if I made it specific enough. You have a huge quality and quantity of information that you provided to us. So I don't want to be disrespectful to that. The idea that we have an 8 to 13,000 square or acreage of these solar panels. How do you provide the security of that when you have a society who's not ready to accept it, right? So then is that put on our I'm an undersheriff. Is that put on the sheriff's office to provide security? And hey, you need to come up with something to protect this 13,000 acre facility. You know, that's the kind of thing that we're going to be facing.
Yeah. I don't know if this will speak to your question. I mean, we haven't really built out solar in a big way as a company. Evergy hasn't. And so we aren't living that potential threat today. But we do have assets out there that do have threats. One of them, there's a slide in here, I didn't touch on it, but one of the things we're doing at high priority transmission substation is, you know, ballistic walls with cameras on every corner that also have radar. So there's things that, not saying that'll happen with solar, but there are technologies that will evolve as solar is built out that will help head off some of those security risks. That doesn't mean it will be everything, and I personally don't know what that looks like for solar. That's just an example of how, you know, we're leveraging technology today to help some of the security concerns around some of the more, you know, readily available assets in the bulk electric system we have out there today.
I think you nailed it there. I think really bringing it into the conversation is as important as anything, that it's not being ignored and it's not being shoved under the rug, that this is going to be a consideration that we have to look at if we're going to include this type of power. So I appreciate it. I won't take any more time.
Thanks.
Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the presentation. So this is sort of a follow-up to the Vice Chairman's question there. You talked a little bit about the stick, which is, you know, we have these carbon emission targets that we got to hit. Would this technology, the solar, the wind that's proliferating the state, if were it not for the federal incentives that we're getting and the federal subsidies that we're getting, would we be doing this at the rate that we're doing it? Would it still be economically viable?
Yeah, so I would say the plan we have out there now that was filed in, you know, earlier this spring in 2024 did not have the finalization of the greenhouse gas rules. What it did have was some probabilistic kind of analysis around some carbon reduction targets. So that ranged from, hey, what would our plan look like with no carbon reduction consideration? What would that plan look like with something that's really restrictive and maybe there's carbon tax? And so we study those things. And yeah, you see differences. I think our plan as currently constructed was a balance of that and really is rooted in economic analysis to support this, the generation investment that we're going after, What we're now, going to bake into our next plan is we know what the mandate is, and right, there's possible for a stay, and so that'll all be considered with the rule. But as the rule faces us today, we'll be able to bake in those specific reductions that we need to meet, and be able to kind of quantify what does the greenhouse gas rule require us to do, and then what would we not, what would that portfolio look like if we had zero carbon emissions? So there are differences. What we've tried to do is balance the expectation that there will be mandates, but not put the cart in front of the horse, and do things that we think really bolster the kind of economic cost effectiveness side of the equation, while preparing for a risk-adjusted world that may have carbon restrictions.
Could I ask one more question, Mr. Chair, very quickly? Yeah, so that gets at the stick portion, which is you're going to be required to reduce carbon by this much, but there's also, subsidies to subsidize the generation, the investment in generation for these particular technologies. Would it be cost effective if we weren't getting those federal subsidies for wind and for solar?
Yeah, I mean, so directionally, the wind and solar would not be as cost effective. Whether or not we would have ever invested in them or not, I couldn't tell you that, but certainly subsidies do help the economics. There's a slide in there that showed the levelized cost of economics, so you can actually, I don't know if we want to pull it up or not, but you can see what it looked like unsubsidized compared to subsidized, and compare those different technologies, wind, solar, natural gas, kind of new nuclear, new coal, so you can get a sense of what those cost trade-offs look like, and get a sense of what those subsidies are worth.
Senator Pittman.
Thank you for Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. It's always fascinating hearing about the diversity of the power generation here in Kansas. I think it's really good to have alternate sources so that we can have, take care of, it kind of mitigates the risk across all the uncertainties. And getting away from whether that's philosophically a good policy for the federal government to come in and subsidize that. From a security standpoint, given that this is a security committee, I think about what happens when we have capacity issues. And I don't, with the SPP, I know we have a lot to draw from if we get into crisis situations. But I'm just curious, given I see the big growth of, say, Google and the meta data centers, and just the amount of power that those potentially draw. And we will get questions about, are we subsidizing Missouri's Google data center or not? Those will be questions that I fully anticipate happening over the next year. But I think about, do we have policies in place if we do go through a longer sustained, let's say there was some kind of an odd conflict, domestic or foreign, and we had challenges to the grid system, do we have policies about certain entities that are essential, that get power, such as Fort Leavenworth as an example, as a power user, or the financial institutions, or the hospitals? I mean, do you guys have policies like that, so that if we were to get into a sustained capacity situation, do that, whatever?
Yes, the short answer is yes, we absolutely do. The specific entities and which ones, I don't know that I could rattle them off, and I'm not sure if I want to from an open forum perspective.
Can you give me an idea about how that kicks in, and when those type of things start happening?
Yeah, I mean, I think particularly when I think about restoration, there's certainly a kind of policies around the severity of customers being out and which customers need to be prioritized. From an actual security position, I think that probably comes back to the security we put around the transmission and distribution grid feeding those types of customers. And that would go back to what I was trying to explain to Vice Chair Smith. We've identified the high priority T&D assets, transmission distribution assets, and we're building out infrastructure and technology around those to protect those things. That's going to be an ongoing evolution, and as new customers show up, it may drive new solutions in different places than we're focused on today. But those are the two ways I kind of think about it, from if power's out, how do we restore? And then what do we do to try to prevent power from ever going out? And that really comes down to mainly the T&D system that feed those customers.
Just one more follow-up on that. The T&D being the distribution, but the transmission lines themselves have to have a certain amount of stability and long-term effectiveness that you're building out when we actually put these new transmission lines in, right?
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, there's FERC and NERC policies around, build stipulations. And so, yeah, there's definitely requirements we have to meet when we construct new assets.
Sure. I was just thinking about from a security standpoint, how do we make sure that we don't go to lower cost type things that maybe have less durability and a security profile?
Yeah, I think there's an element of there's requirements we have to hit, and then there's the balance of what, how do you manage around those requirements? And so that all comes back to kind of the way Justin talked about, efficient and sufficient. So we've got to balance what's needed and what can be afforded, what do customers want to pay for. So that's a consideration for sure.
Representative Chu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the future capacity needs charts, and then just kind of thinking about going forward. Obviously over the last 10 years, we hit an inflection point with crypto, and then the capacity needed to mine crypto was not something that we'd expected. Looking forward, I think AI is probably there. We're not really at consumer level usage of AI right now. Is that kind of built into this? I know that later this fall, Apple is going to start building in AI on all their iPhones, and that's going to have energy usage, things that we need to think about. Is that taken into account in any way?
Yeah, so specific customers that will come to our territory are considered. We've baked in, there was a slide in there that showed across our system some of the large customers that are baked into this plan. There are a long list of potential customers that will facilitate the build out of supporting AI that are not in this plan. And so as filed, it does not support that. Now, it does support some level of base kind of fundamental load growth. And within that, we do analyze different levels of electrification, which may or may not bleed into some of the AI, but certainly other types of electrification on the system. It's a rapidly evolving topic, something that we're wrestling with internally, trying to coordinate with other utilities to understand how they're planning for the potential build out of AI infrastructure, data centers in particular. So there's been, I guess, to be real pointed, there's been some consideration, but it certainly does not cover the breadth of possible that we're looking at.
During the summer heat, we had our local media was picking up on these electrical energy alerts from SPP. Could you kind of explain a little bit about what those are?
Yeah, so, generally the SPP is looking at the broad footprint, and they're looking at what the future load projection is going to be over the next 24 or 48 hours and even beyond. They also have a view of what generation capacity is going to be available and what capacity may be in outage. And so they're constantly trying to balance those things and carry the appropriate headroom to cover that risk of unanticipated outage. And so as SPP does that, particularly in times when there's extreme heat across the 14 or 15 state region, they get into situations where they have advisories, and there's different levels. But in the summer, we actually reached some areas where they hit EEA level 1 in August. And so really what that means is they were looking at the load projection, the available capacity, and they were getting, I'll tie it back to that equation chart I was talking about. That equation was getting too tight. And so they have to start putting out alerts. Now there's different levels, and eventually you get to the highest level and you may get into load shedding. We did not reach that this summer. I believe level 1 was the first that we reached, but.
Thank you. One final question, Representative Smith.
More of a comment, Mr. Chair. I know that I got to go on a tour of the SPP earlier. Was it last year that we went? Last summer? So anyway, that is extremely educational. If you've never gotten a chance to do that and it comes up, make sure you go take a look at their operation down there. It's good information to have.
Thank you, Cody.
Appreciate the committee's time.
Then we got our
I can do the quick 5-minute overview. So this is on an update on the Grid Resiliency 101D grant, which was issued out by USDOE. It's a formula grant for the states over 5 years. The first year we issued out, Kansas was DOE combined the first 2 years. We were awarded basically between the federal funds and state match $15.3 million. Good. Okay, advance to next one. Yeah, $15.3 million. Go to the next slide. There are 12 eligible projects under that grant, everything from utility pole management, fire-resistant technologies, relocation of power lines. I'm not going to go through all those. Next slide. 3 things that cannot be funded with the 101D funds: construction of a new electric generating facility, large-scale battery storage facilities not being used to supply electricity where needed during disruptive events, and cybersecurity measures. And you can kick over to slide 6. For our first round of funding, we had 31 applications that came in that amounted to a request of $45+ million worth of projects. If you look back at the first reference to dollars, we had $15.3 million to spend. So we had a higher request than we had funding. We awarded to 11 projects. Those 11 projects also received approval for matching funds through the Build Kansas. Next slide, please. This is little, but you do have a handout. It does show the 11 projects that we did award, and all 11 of those have been approved by DOE as of yesterday. As you will note, those are mostly focused on municipalities, or all of them are focused on municipalities and co-ops. We have everything from pole replacement to new transformers to reconductors. So kind of covers the gamut of eligible projects. Next slide, please. The third year of funding, we are eligible for $6.4 million plus the state match of almost $1 million. We are actually issuing out our notice of funding opportunity today. Application submissions will be through January 9th, and we anticipate having our selections made by February 28th, 2025. I will note that this grant is unique with DOE in that KCC reviews the applications, we make a selection, and then we have to send those selections up to DOE for final approval before we can even enter into a contract for those projects. And with that, if there's any questions.
questions. Seeing none, thank you. Committee, we're up on time for a break. We do know that the World Cup security has a hard stop at 3:45. They have to leave. So let's try and take a break till 2:55. We're in recess. Well, committee, I think we'll go ahead and get started. We have our World Cup security information and updates. Some of this will be closed. Welcome, Pam. And welcome back, Lindsay.
Oh, well, that helps. Thank you. I didn't read the instructions.
May I
Please
state
turn
your name
on.
again?
Yes, Pam Kramer, CEO of KC 2026, which, by the way, is the nonprofit entity that was created to fulfill all of the hosting requirements for the FIFA World Cup. So we are not part of any jurisdiction. We are regional, our board is a regional board of directors. And I'm hoping today to give you first an overview of the World Cup, then zoom in a little on what it looks like in our region, and then zoom in a little more specifically on safety and security. And please let me know if you have questions. So I believe the slides are up somewhere. Need to. While they're getting the slides up, I will start by the way I start every meeting, which is there are 609 days, I think, if my count is right, 609 days to go. So we're acting with a sense of urgency and purpose. Every day matters. I feel good about where we are. But the World Cup is going to be played one way or the other. They're not going to delay anything for us, so we really do need to be intentional and purposeful. So a little bit about the World Cup. It is the most watched sporting event in the world. So you see the numbers there compared to the Olympics, compared to the Super Bowl, things that are perhaps more familiar to some of us. It really dwarfs those events in terms of viewership. In addition, this is only the second time this has been hosted in the United States. So the first time was in 1994, 30 years ago. A lot has changed in those 30 years. Certainly travel has changed, communication has changed. So that event still holds the record for the most tickets sold of any World Cup. This event will dwarf that. So in addition to only being the second time in the United States, there are a whole set of things that make this World Cup unique. This is the first time it's ever been hosted in 3 countries. So Canada, the United States, and Mexico are all host countries. There's a bigger field of teams. So up until now, the World Cup has only been 32 teams that qualify. This World Cup will be 48. So that means more matches, more countries, more host cities, more spectators, more everything. And we if you look at Kansas City proper, we are the smallest host city. So lots to do between now and then. This eye chart is the FIFA match schedule. So if you have great interest in it, you can find it on their website. I'm going to dive into it a little and pull out the parts that are perhaps most specific to our region and relevant. But I would just call your attention to the top bar, the columns that are headed in white. That's the group stage, and I'll explain that more. It's important for some of the region-specific elements. This is our match schedule. So when the bid was constructed, I think I was not part of the bid, but when I talked to people who were, they tell me that they were hopeful we would get 4 matches. That would be a victory for us. So to get 6 was extraordinary, and to get especially that coveted quarterfinal is particularly important. The teams that qualify for a quarterfinal, that make it to a quarterfinal, bring big fan bases with them. So that is incredibly important from a tourism standpoint. This is the span of days in every host city from the first match to the last match. So again, 16 cities, we're the smallest. We have the 6th longest number of days of matches between our first match and our last match. That spreads out the opportunity. That means that we will have visitors here longer, contributes to the economic impact opportunity. So I referenced this a little, and I show this just to give you a feel for countries that have qualified for or made it to the quarterfinal in the past. So Argentina, Croatia, the Netherlands, Brazil, Germany. These are countries with massive fan bases. There will, everybody loves a Cinderella, and I'm not saying that won't happen in this tournament, but generally speaking, the teams that make it to that quarterfinal have large followings. So I love this slide, and I think it really speaks to the regionality of our opportunity. So if you look at the host cities, there are West Coast host cities and East Coast host cities and a few in Texas, and we are all alone in the middle. And we think if you are a delegation, a fan, and you won't know until December of 2025 where your team is going to be playing in that group stage, which will be your first 3 matches, we look pretty good as a home base. We're a 3-hour flight to anywhere, and you could follow your team, or if you are the team, you could charter and get to your match and back in a day. So we really think that is compelling. So now zooming in a little from the overall event to KC 2026 and the regional approach we're taking. The strength of our bid really was regionality. This is not just about Kansas City, Missouri, and both the opportunity and effort will be across the region. Our board has been very clear to us on 3 goals. The first is delivering those matches in a safe, seamless, best-in-class kind of way. And we want it to be distinctly Midwest. We want people, when they get off the plane here, to know that there's something different, that there's a way we do things here and a way we welcome people and a way of life that's attractive. So that's the first goal, right? We've got to do that well to do the other things. The second goal is rising on the world stage. And we as a region have really been building to this moment. So many good things are happening and we're gaining visibility on the world stage. Certainly our sports teams are contributing to that, but capitalizing on this moment to show the world who we are. And that means when, we're going to have more Fortune 100 CEOs than ever before. We're going to have global heads of state. How do we demonstrate to them the value of our way of life, the value of our workforce, the value of doing business here, placing business here? It's an opportunity for us to tell that story. And then finally, in everything we do, we are looking at ways to build sustained and long-term impact. So this cannot just be about the 26 days of matches in Kansas City or the 40 days of the tournament. This has to be about creating long-term and sustained impact for our people, for our communities. And I'll give you a couple of examples of how we're thinking about this. I think a lot of people think about legacy as sticks and bricks. We're viewing it more as how do we create workforce development? So if we're going to need bus drivers, and a key to driving a bus is a specific type of license that may be difficult or costly to get, can we work with states and the federal government for grants to build that capacity in our region? So we're not bringing in drivers from other places, we're hiring local. A small example of how we're thinking about that. So who will be here? So the latest estimate is 650,000 visitors. That's over the course of the tournament. But to give you some perspective on how wide the impact will be, the population of Kansas City, Missouri proper in 2020 was 509,000. So even if we have, a fifth of the people here at a time, they're not all going to be in Kansas City. And they're going to be looking for things to do between matches, and many of them won't have a ticket. So only, Arrowhead will be somewhere between 60 and 65,000 capacity when you take out media and some of the other considerations. So most people will not go to a match. Most people will come here for the experience and to celebrate with their fellow fans. So FIFA will have a number of their contractual guests, their sponsors, their media affiliates, their VIPs. They'll invite heads of state, dignitaries. We will have guests, but then there will be, as I said, ticketed fans and non-ticketed fans. Lots of people have already, they're looking at booking travel before even knowing who will be playing here or who will be qualified. So the visit day is defined as a day and an overnight in the market. So that 650,000 visitor number translates into 2.1 million visit days. What FIFA is projecting for, and these would be the ticket holders, but it's a pretty good proxy, we think, for the general visitor. If they have tickets, they will go to just a little over 2 matches per person. But the international visitor will stay on an average of almost 9 days. So again, that span of stay and the ability to capture their attention between matches is really a big opportunity. About half of the visitors will be from out of the area. So the mix of international versus domestic, we're still trying to project that. In the 2022 World Cup, it was 40% domestic, 60% international. Because of the capacity and the wealth of the U.S. visitor, we think it's probably going to be a little more 50-50 on that mix and may even skew a little more domestic. 3/4 of those visitors will go also to the fan festival and look for, obviously, other things to do. So the regional economic impact, you may have seen this number before, but this is direct event impact. So 652 million across the region, and you see there the direct jobs supported. And then just narrowing in on Kansas, when the bid was constructed, we had to demonstrate to FIFA that we had 55,000 hotel rooms within a 2.5-hour radius of Kansas City. So you see that to get those rooms, that's a lot of rooms in Kansas. 18,000, nearly 18,500 of those are in Kansas. So people will be staying across the region, and then you see there the direct economic impact to Kansas. So transportation, certainly top of mind for many people. These are the key, what I would call the key FIFA sites, but it gives you a framework of how wide the footprint is for the official events and venues. So certainly the matches will be played at Arrowhead. There will be a fan festival in downtown Kansas City, but there are base camp locations, potential base camp locations in Lawrence and in Kansas City, Kansas, and in Kansas City, Missouri, and Riverside. And we will connect all of that. And then the airports, obviously, are a key part of the transportation network. So there is a working group of regional transit experts and agencies that has been convening since January. You can see a partial list of those participants there. They've really contributed to and informed how to think about the concept of operations and level setting with where we're starting, what we have to work with, and how we're going to address the needs during a World Cup. So they are working on our transit mobility plan. We've hired a consultant team, and one of the things that our board has directed us to do is, when possible, we're going to use regional providers for our services and needs. So when we wrote the RFP for transit mobility, we asked teams who are submitting proposals to show us that they could coordinate transportation for a global mega sporting event. But we also asked them to demonstrate that they understood our region. We have some really unique things, a state line, lots of jurisdictions that we will be relying on. And what that led to, every team who submitted a proposal included a regional local firm and a global firm. And so while there may not be anybody in the area today who has that capacity, who has done a global event before, big sporting event, there will be at the end of the World Cup. And we think that is a sustained and long-term impact. We'll be exporting that capacity, we hope, to the Olympics or other big events in the future. So this is their first 150 days. What they're doing now, they're figuring out what is available to them, what is the concept of operations, who do we need to connect, and how will we connect, and then what are the resources required to do that. Business engagement, and I touched on this a little bit. In addition to buying local, if you will, we also have the opportunity to engage businesses as sponsors through, we can do 10 host city supporters and then an unlimited number of donors. So those companies would have either rights to our marks, so they could use official sponsor of the World Cup in their advertising and marketing, hospitality and tickets, other traditional sponsorship assets will be in. And back to if you think back to that slide of the picture of all of the host cities and where we are in the footprint, this is important from a fundraising standpoint. We went back to FIFA. The definition in the contract of the host city marketing rights territory is a 100-mile radius around the actual host city. And we went back to FIFA and we said, actually, if you look at where fans in these 6 states identify their teams, they're all part of our region. We're bigger than just this 100-mile radius, and FIFA said, we agree. So when we're going to companies to talk about sponsorship, they're able to use our marks across the 6 states, and we can use our marks across the 6 states. So that allows us to activate and partner with companies in Wichita and St. Louis and beyond. So the official event footprint, obviously the matches at Arrowhead I mentioned. If you've been to an event at Arrowhead, this will look very different, right? So thousands of parking spaces will be taken up by what's called the overlay. So the broadcast compound, the hospitality tent, the media working center. And so we'll have to get a lot of people there. They won't be tailgating, and a lot of them won't be driving. So it'll be a different setup, and it will be a much more secure perimeter. So by the time someone gets up to where you would typically scan your ticket at Arrowhead today, they will have already scanned the ticket at an outer security perimeter, and there will be an even earlier perimeter when they get on transportation security screening. So very different than it will look today. This is the FIFA Fan Festival. So I show this picture to give you some sense of what it has looked like in the past. This is Brazil. We are approaching it a little differently. You can see the numbers here from the past 2 World Cups, right? Millions of people over the course of the tournament. Our plan, our official Fan Fest location is at the World War I Museum and Memorial, but the capacity that we're anticipating is about 25,000. So our plan is to push people to other parts of the region for watch parties and activations. Certainly some of them will be here, but we want to make sure we're distributing that economic activity. And we've actually started convening a calendar to make sure that we're understanding the resource impact. So what events are happening on what days, and how are safety and security agencies aware of those and accounting for those, and how can we help make sure they have the resources they need. So our events, again, a little different than FIFA's. We really view this as a broader footprint and a broader timeline. So we will start events as early as, maybe even earlier than 1 year out, which would be June of 2025. And we also view the footprint as regional. So I anticipate that we will do something in Wichita, or somewhere in Kansas, and I anticipate that we'll have some sort of traveling regional event activation. So that could be something like equivalent to the Olympic torch relay, but involving and engaging the communities across the region. So really a broader geography and a broader timeline than FIFA is looking at it. So this just gives you a few examples of events we're contemplating: final draw watch party, team welcome events, the regional roadshow kind of idea. So I want to shift a little to training sites, and many of you have heard about team base camps. There's an important delineation here. There are 2 types of training sites. The first is team base camps, and those are where those 48 teams will make their home and travel to and from their matches. They are required to have competition level facilities in both the field, the pitch, and the training facilities. And players, staff, officials, that's where they will spend their time between matches. So if they're base camped in Kansas City, they will travel to and from their matches. And the thought is, again, thinking back to those quarterfinal teams, that they will bring their fans with them. The venue-specific training site, which we're also required to provide, is for the teams who are coming to Kansas City to play. And we're required to provide a training site for them for the day before their match. So match day -1. So what that looks like for us, in the first catalog of potential team base camps, there were 24 sites, and remember, 16 host cities. Of the 24 potential base camp sites, we had 3. So that speaks not only to the strength of our facilities, but the cooperation of our venue owners and leaders in really getting those contracts done with FIFA so that we were ready to go. So Compass Minerals, which is the Sporting Kansas City training facility, is a potential base camp location. The Kansas City Current training facility in Riverside, Missouri, and Rock Chalk Park in Lawrence, Kansas, are all potential team base camp sites. So the timeline, this is probably the question I get asked the most. When will we know who is going to be base camped here? So what's happening now, and FIFA is continuing to add potential base camp sites to their catalog. They don't have to be in a host city. Most of them are, but they don't have to be in the host city. So FIFA will continue to add to that catalog and send it out to the teams. The teams are already visiting those sites and evaluating them based on the facility, based on the flight distance, based on what's important to them and their team leadership. so that in late 2025, and historically it's been in December, when the final draw happens, and the final draw, the best American reference I can give for that is Selection Sunday. That's when those 48 teams will find out where they're playing in that group stage. So they'll know where their first 3 matches are going to be. That's a really important moment for us, particularly from a safety and security standpoint, because then we'll know what teams are coming here, what fans are coming here, what fan behavior from those countries looks like, and how to prepare for it. But that, I think, is and shortly thereafter, so those teams will have by then prioritized to FIFA their first, second, and third choices for base camp. So the final draw happens, they know where they're playing, they submit those to FIFA, and then, within a matter of days, we'll know who's base camped here. Yes?
This is your last slide before we go to safety and security, so you might pause for kind of public questions.
Yes, thank you, I will do that. Thanks, Lindsay. So yes.
Questions, Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How does you said they're still identifying base camp sites. How does a facility volunteer itself as a potential base camp?
Sure, thank you, Representative Proctor. So there is there are a set of requirements that FIFA has on the pitch, the facility, all of the things that a site has to demonstrate that they have. On FIFA's website right now, there's information on how to submit interest, and then FIFA would open that dialogue and either visit, certify that it meets all the requirements, and then they work on a contract directly with the venue.
The sites that we've already identified here in Kansas, is it your opinion that those are the only sites that would qualify to meet all those requirements?
So it's difficult for me to say without knowing what other facilities are out there. I mean, I would imagine there are other facilities. I'll give you an example that may indirectly answer your question. The St. Louis base camp location is St. Louis University. So, I would imagine that there are other sites, and I know that the Manhattan, that K-State's facility meets many of the requirements, as an example.
Looking good. The motion, Mr. Vice Chair. You say about 15 minutes?
I think that's right, yeah.
Sounds good.
I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Kansas Security be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75-4319A to discuss matters related to security measures for the 2026 FIFA World Cup with the appropriate individuals pursuant to KSA 75-4319B12, because the discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures. That the committee resume the open meeting in room 548 South of the State House at 3:40 p.m. and to record this motion, if adopted, as part of the committee's permanent records.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Representative Proctor. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Prepare the room for closed session. Do we have a list of people authorized to be in the room?
You have a list. Pam Kramer,
Session questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Well, committee, now's the time for the discussion of the report. Things we heard yesterday and today for recommendations to put in the report. Are there any recommendations at this time? Representative Smith.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I would ask Mr. Rydell if he would come back up. There was some specific, I believe, asks that I lost my notes on from KHP relative to the upcoming budget. Would that be okay with the chair?
Absolutely. Show up, we'll put you on the spot.
I thought I did really good this time keeping notes and, wasn't going to work out.
That's all right, Mr. Chairman. I did not bring extra copies of that, but I'm happy to review those.
To clarify, Mr. Chair, something that we could be relevant on, the ask in the budget is the ask in the budget, but how can we best cheerlead for you? Thank you.
That might be useful if the committee, if the chairman would like copies of those.
That'd be great.
I think specifically looking at body worn cameras. This is an issue that comes up over and over and has for a few years. I think that I would like to make a motion that the committee support the purchase of those body worn cameras in the budget.
It's been moved that we add support of the body worn cameras to the budget. Any objections? Seeing none, we'll add that. Is there anything else you had?
Relevant to the amount of academy work, the physical campus, I think $1.1 million is a pretty conservative amount.
Mr. Chairman, I can clarify that a little bit because I don't want to give you the wrong impression. What we're saying is that 1.1 million is for sort of urgent needs. The larger maintenance issue with the campus is more complicated. There will be a bigger dollar amount associated with that, but we're kind of waiting to bring that number until the needs assessment is delivered in January, which would give us an idea of what our future use might be, and if it's recommended to relocate things onto a single campus elsewhere. So the 1.1 million I would categorize as sort of urgent needs that would probably be necessary no matter what happens to that property, but I didn't want to give the impression that that's the total amount needed for the whole campus.
So I'd be specific in making the motion that we support the funding for urgent repairs to KHP Training Academy campus in the amount of 1.1 million.
Are there any objections? Seeing none. On the 911 presentation, they talked about adding those floor plans in. I would like to ask that the legislature look at that. The cost, looking at how we would add in the floor plans of important buildings on the 911 video. Make that a motion if you want, if someone want to wordsmith it.
I would agree. Do we need to put that to a specific committee that we would make that recommendation to, or?
They go to House Modernization, Fed and State.
Public safety budget? And then they could, I guess, decide different. But I think that would be more specific to give it to them or try to give it to them.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I've always been confused about who has oversight for 911 committee, because the bill to reorganize them came to the Utilities Committee, and so I'm not sure what budget it goes in, but I definitely agree that it's money that needs to be spent. I mean, the senator from Leavenworth raised a great point about, school shootings and things like that. When seconds count, the dispatcher needs to be able to see the facility that they're talking about.
The ability to know where the AEDs are in a building could help if you had someone on the phone.
It's a great point, Mr. Chairman.
Kate, do you have any idea on how to wordsmith what we're wanting? Is there any objections to adding that? Seeing none, we'll add that.
Mr.
Any further
Chairman,
recommendations? We had electrical grids.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask was there a specific committee that you recommended look at it, or just at the legislature in general?
I said the legislature in general, and I think we'll just have to follow up.
Thank you.
Do you have one representing you? Representative Weigel? I think I would like to ask that our utilities committees receive a briefing on the integrated resources that are available for electricity.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a great idea. This was, we could have spent 2 days just talking to the folks that we talked to this afternoon about utilities and energy production. And I would also like to add something that the vice chairman said about security for these massive solar fields that we're in the midst of trying to put all over the state. There's costs associated with that, and I'm not sure that we're being, to use the last conferee's term, intentional about how we're thinking through securing these facilities. We've seen, substations attacked. I think that a discussion in the relevant utilities committees about what you're talking about, but also about the security, the cost of security, and who's going to bear the cost of the security of these facilities.
Are there any objections to those two recommendations? Seeing none. Any further recommendations? Senator Peck, you look like you're thinking.
That's good.
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am concerned, and I realize a lot of what we were presented by the Fusion Center cannot be talked about in a lot of committees, but some of the information we received, and I'm not even sure how to say this because it was in closed session, but I am concerned the legislature is not taking some of the threats as seriously as they should and could be from foreign adversaries.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, this is Mike Dodson. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we had a couple things come up yesterday I'd just like to offer. One was on KDAM. If you remember, they said they were concerned about a 10% cut coming out of FEMA. So we probably ought to recommend that all of our legislature work on making sure that we get an ad back of some kind, you know, with all the things that happen and have happened in the recent past. We really can't afford to lose 10% of a KDM budget. The other one was on radio.
And that type of thing. Yeah, either of those.
So is our recommendation that they get a presentation from the KBI on the increase in crime, violent
Yes,
crime?
I think that would be fine.
They give us a briefing annually that, and I'm sure that they could come up with something specific for that.
We good on the third one there?
Yeah, maybe on Fed and state, they could look into the FEMA budget.
KDM.
KDM would probably, wouldn't that be a budget committee issue?
Yeah, probably can go to Troy and those guys too.
For the FBI or the KBI?
Well, I think, you know, what we did in the last session is we basically budgeted a person in the Attorney General's office to be a coordinator for the education programs, but we didn't really, and maybe it's not a budgetary issue, maybe it's just having the legislature look at ways that we can improve and increase drug education in our K through 12 schools. Education in our K through 12 schools. They have a coordinator that we budgeted to be the person who would coordinate those programs and the course of fentanyl. And our sheriff's department the other day sees 40,000 pills.